actually aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom. The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican police, verbal slushing.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Had to get a little Harpootlian in there this morning. Good Friday morning to you. Welcome. It's good to be here. Hope everyone's doing well. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you so much for being here. It's Friday. We made it to the weekend, guys. We made it to the weekend. It is time to celebrate. Oh, man. It's another Friday. It's Fabulous Friday. It's Fiber Friday. It's a No Pants Friday. And it's Podcast Friday. Sharon, you got it. Everything right except for the fiber. Fiber's still a couple days out. 4 days. 4 days out, they say. 4 more days. Anyway, yes, I was over in Brandy's chat. Don't tell. Shh. Love popping over there when I can. She's got a fun case there following over there as well. So awesome. As do we. We have some case, some more updates to follow. We have a case this morning we'll be following as well, which is a good one. Which is a really good one. I like it. Inquiring minds want to know. Sharon. How do you do it? NBR1 Grandma says, how do you do it? Spill your secrets. You have not just mastered. You have. This is like grandmaster level at winning the internet. I do not know how you're able to do it. You could probably at this point, I've mentioned this before, you could probably at this point write a book on how to win the internet with your skills.
Taking it easy.
I'm looking for the results here. Sharon say, nope, she's not spilling. She's not saying. She's just saying hi. Let's see. Wonder what Sarah Boone's hearing was all about yesterday. Yes, me too. Let me do a quick peek and see if they've updated the reports out of Orange County really quickly. Let's see, Orange County, there we go. We've got the case number. I should have this memorized, but I think it's 2020 CF 002603-AO. Is that it?
You're talking about stuff
I think that's it.
Is not relevant.
Yeah, it is because it's on my screen. I was cheating. Here's the case number. I'm not a robot. There's the updates. We have... a hearing. Here we have some notes. Okay, so this is all we have. Per the court, yesterday there was a hearing in the, I believe it was a status hearing based on what we're seeing, but there was a hearing scheduled. It says actual Wooten Wayne C. So the judge was actually there, I guess. That's awesome. Comments, parties to coordinate. Oh, that's a different one. Per the court, yesterday, 5:25. Parties, case to remain.
I'm not a camel.
That's 5:25. That was yesterday, right? Parties to coordinate status hearing with judicial assistance between July 5th and 6th. So there's a status hearing coming up. And the comments, case to remain as previously set. Case to remain as previously set. So we still have 7/24 as the trial date for starting for Sarah Boone. Now this was a surprise hearing. It sort of just snuck up to us on the record. I don't think anyone was able to cover it video-wise.
Alex stole it as well.
But it probably went pretty quickly as well. It's one of those when the judge is handling like 50 different things that morning, and Sarah Boone was one of them. But they talked about the case apparently, and it looks like we're moving forward. 7/24 is the date. The judge, whatever he heard, whatever's going on the defense side, as they're saying, we're trying to put together our experts and everything. He said we're still moving forward with the 24th. That's good news for us. I'm not sure if it's good news for Sarah Boone, but it's good news for us. So that's awesome, Sharon. Thank you very much for that. And we also got the letter the other day. That was amazing. I don't know. Was that letter number 6, 8? I don't know. We've had quite a few letters from her. And the first one that we're included in as part of the whole wide world. Let's see. We've got quite a few people here. Let me just do a quick roll call. Sharon, hold your horses. Welcome. Leanne Gromes. Grace Sanchez, Be Kind is here. NBR1 Grandma. Rudy Patootie. Marcia Prill, welcome. 80s Music Man is here. Sorry, I was trying to click on your name, 80s, and it just wouldn't go. Purple Butterfly 77, thank you very much for being here. Janet Yost, Portland Trailblazers TV, welcome. Let's see, Stacy with the butterflies, wonderful. Ritz is here. Happy Friday, Addictland residents. Residents or convicts, one of the two. Which is the one where you can't leave? Well, convicts obviously can't leave, but is there another word we can use other than residents that might show a level of dedication that might not be voluntary? Is that appropriate in this one? I guess addict covers that. Erica Reynolds, good morning. Happy Friday to you. John Link is here. Linnick. I've probably mispronounced that every single time. I want to say Link. Is Link right? Have an easy day. Hello, you too. Minnie Pearl 105, good to see you as well. I am Ami 008. Let's see, back doors open. Amber Hill. Teresa is here as well. Excited Utterance, good to see you here. Welcome. Let's see. Rhoda McCaw. India Artworks, hello. Vicky Potts. Keep guessing. Reverend Beezy, good to have you here. Zebra's moved a little bit. It was having problems with my camera. I was wanting to focus on it and not me. So I've moved him a little bit out of the scene. But he's still here. Still doing the important work. Sharon McDonald, welcome as well. I've got you a couple times. Vicky Potts, we got you as well. Karen Dietrich, good morning. How are you all doing? I'm doing great this Friday.
Kickback, taking it easy.
I'm Kickback, taking it easy. We're still working on a Kickback, taking it easy merchandise shirt, which you guys requested yesterday. I did, however, update. I got Pickles Not Politics, and there's just I just made one design, and it's both available as a magnet or as a men's or women's shirt. Just let me know. You don't have to go out and buy it, but do take a look at it and let me know if you like the design or if you want something more subtle or more, flashy. Help me figure this out. Let's see, Karen, Rona, we got you there. Alley Cat, hello. Vicky Potts, Carol Cottle is here. Ann G, good morning to you. Golden Girl, who's ready for a long weekend? It is a long weekend. We have Memorial Day Monday, which is going to be amazing. We haven't had a long weekend in a long while. Well deserved, all of us. Hopefully, you have some great plans that involve you getting some well needed rest, possibly getting a good deal on something if you're buying it, and also commemorate or remember those who have gone before, who paved the way for us in whatever country or family history you have relevant to you. Brenda Meyer, welcome. Good to have you here. Samantha Terry is here. Good to have you, Samantha. You're amazing mod. Absolutely incredible. Appreciate you. Annie Marie, Karen Dietrich, Debbie Wilson, O-Town Chill. How's Ogden doing? I was looking at following the news. I like to follow the news out of Intermountain West, and one of the biggest stations, I think the biggest news and radio station west of Mississippi is KSL television and KSL radio.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Based out of Salt Lake City. And so I check in with their page regularly. They tell us a lot about what's happening there. And apparently, if the news is to be trusted, and I believe they can, they're there and they see it. Most of Utah is in what's called spring runoff, which is normally it's where the snow melts and the rivers get a little higher. But because they had so much snow this year, it's where the snow melts and the mountains all like mudslides occur and everything's washing away down into the valley and it all ends up in the Great Salt Lake. So there's major roads. I think it was like Highway 6 or something. It was completely like washed away. I forget what road it was. Correct me if I'm wrong. But the pictures coming out of Utah basically look like stay away from the mountains because either you're going to slide down it or something's going to slide down and hit you. So not a good time to live in the mountains, apparently, in Utah. Dizzy's here. Last Poet, DMB Secondus is here as well. Rudy Patootie, I see you there. A few more. Cooper's mom. Let's see. Annette Louise, good morning. Let's see, I'm just planning on rest. The last 3 weeks, this is Reverend Beezy. The last 3 weeks of planning, organizing, and performing all the duties of my kiddo's birthday party have me in autistic burnout, and all the Beezy snuggles haven't fixed. Rest sounds appropriate for you, Beezy. Appreciate that. Missy Baker, good morning. Let's see, TA is here. Katrina, hello, Katrina. Thank you. Wonderful mod as well. Annette Louise. Let's see. April Cantrell, Lynn Hoke, Katie 214. Let's see. Rona McCaw, Sharon McDonald, Dizzy, Missy Baker, Jacko Forey, Jerry Sides, good morning to you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate that. Carrie Brook. Mo is here. Mo's in the house. Lewis Cox. Alicia Bennett. I'm doing a pretty good job of not calling people over and over. But even without having you raise your hands, I think, I'm still way behind, but I'm doing okay. Chris H. is here. Katrina, good morning to you as well. Alexis, good Friday morning. Party people. TGIF. Yes, the weekend is finally here. Picky's here. Good morning, Picky. I think we're mostly caught up with that batch, and now it updated, and now I'm completely behind again. So let's see. I'm just going to look for some hands here. If I've called your name, you don't have to raise your hand already, but I will call your name. If you've raised your hand already, you don't have to raise it again as well. So let's try that. Tyne Van Egmond, good morning. Lewis Cox, O-Town Chill, I see you. Christine Kingsbury, Lee. Good morning, Lee. KH in South Carolina. I was talking Salt Lake City. I just about moved you across the country, Kay. I'm not sure how you feel about that. But Checkmate, good morning. Erica, 843. Hello, Gordon's here. Agent K as well. Tony Schaefer, Tracy Ames. Jeanette French, Unholy Saint, 88. Alfred Rosler, good morning. Can't leave Hotel California. Inmates is a good word. Inmates works. Angelina Cox, Hostage. Hostage is a good one as well. Let's see. Jeanette French, Amy H. Last Poet. Tony Schaefer. Jody Estes. Gypsy Moon, good morning to you. Happy Friday. I hope Mom to an Angel's here as well. Carler. Misty Bricker. Tonight is my Monday, says Alicia Bennett. T-minus 9 hours until a 3-day weekend. But who's counting? Right, Maisla? T-minus 9 hours. Start the watch now. Hey, Siri, set a timer for 9 hours. Okay, Julie Fraser, Katrina. Mr. Upper Torso is here. Good things places in the cult ride. Totally get Miss Somard. And Siri heard me. We've got a 9-hour countdown. If you hear the buzzer goes off, I'm hitting the door. I'm out of here. City Kitty is here. Hippie Chick as well. DMB Secondist. Last Poet. A few more. Good morning, Karen. I see you. Bug Dugger as well. Ozzy Gardner in the house. Have an easy day. Link's pronounced the same as Link. There we go. Boom. Nailed it. First try. Shar, trial watching Queen is here. Alicia C. with a wave. Hello, Alicia. Hope you're having a great day. Aaron Patterson. Woohoo. It's party. Hey, we are still celebrating a little bit. I turned the party sound off, but we did hit 22,000 yesterday, which is amazing. It still does not feel like that long ago when there were just 13 of us in here chatting, and there were long pauses between each chat because we were all just sitting there and watching trial together, and there was not a lot to say, and not a lot of people to say it to. And it seems like we went to sleep that night and woke up this morning, and the numbers are very different. But it still feels just amazing that I've got this community of friends that are just so incredible that I get to spend every day with. And thank you very much for that. You are incredible. Okay, that's pulled up there. That's there. We've got our trial lined up here. Has the dancing pickle survived, or has Mrs. R.A. disposed of it by now? The dancing pickle, let me tell you the demise of the dancing pickle, Lee, which I've sort of spoiled it right there already by using the term demise. It was a great toy, and was used to its fullest. Every feature of the dancing pickle was used to its fullest. Mrs. R.A. may have had some input on where the dancing pickle would be used. Now, for those that don't know, the dancing pickle makes noise. It is an electronic type device. And so she encouraged its use to be outside the abode, more outside. And the children thought that the best place to use it would be for on the trampoline, and since it was dancing, it probably wanted to bounce as well. And it wanted to bounce higher and higher, apparently, and it did not survive the bouncing because sometimes it bounced and then missed the trampoline when it would come back down. So we had a brief funeral, and it did go into the appropriate receptacle. But thank you. They had a blast with it. Lucy Sanchez is here. Good morning. Last Poet as well. Carrie Brook, Amanda Hagerman. Gabriella is here. Because Not Politics was my idea. I should get a free T-shirt. Yes, send us your information. I just want to see if the design is good, Gabriella. Let me know if you like the design. Hello from Australia. Hope you're well, Scott. Love your channel. Thank you, Courtney. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for checking in from the other side of the world. It's a long way away for those who have ever tried to, even just add up the hours of flight time involved getting from where I am in North Carolina to Australia. It's pretty much, I think if you skewer through the fattest part of the world between me and Australia, it's pretty much like right on the other side. It's a long way there. We need tank tops at the merch store. Tank tops, I'm working on that actually. I think we're getting one. Rolling with 7. I think so. We'll have to see. Some of them are gender specific, so we'll have to see what's available. See, I did check in with Brandy this morning. They're having fun this morning. It was nice to say hello. Vicky Potts is here. We have Elizabeth Tucker. Welcome to the gallery. Good to have you as a member. Thank you so much for being here. Please appreciate you joining. Make sure you take a seat by typing !seat and help yourself to the emojis. Wonderful to have you here as a supporter. Let's see, Ritz, Mandy Bright, Denny. We have to get to a trial here soon, so we can't do roll call forever. So I will wrap it up here. April Craren, Carl Herschel, Ice Cream Man, sentencing now. Ice Cream Man's going down. That's what I'm thinking for a long time. Ritz is here. Katrina, Mr. Upper Torso, Laura K, Kim Newton. Let's see. I think we got a lot of people, not all. Amanda, I see you there. Shar. I thought California only got mudslides. Utah's getting a little bit today. The runoff is pretty bad. There's so much water. The ground is so saturated and it's so steep that anything that's not held in place firmly by rock is moving to the canyons and down the bottom of the canyon.
I'm not a
good
camel.
Times. Ogden Canyon closed because the road washed out, says Katrina. Ogden Canyon is the road that goes between Ogden and Pineview Reservoir, where I used to fish quite a bit during the winter. Mostly during the winter because I did not have a boat. I had a kayak, but the reservoir is very big, and a kayak is a lot of work to paddle a fat man around on the water. So I did kayak a few times out there, and great fishing out there as well. But I love it, especially for crappie during the wintertime. Best tasting white flaky meat fish you'll ever eat. Fantastic. And then the chance you can catch a 48-inch tiger muskie is there as well. Let's see, have an easy day. Mandy Wright, hello, good morning to y'all. I tried to click on your name and it disappeared. Sorry, Mandy. Watchwoman is here. Amy Manty, Debbie Wilson, Trisha D, GSD Mom, Janet Yost, Reverend Beasy, I see you. Be Kind, Dawn, Amanda, Debbie Wilson, Ritz, Grandma Nancy is here, along with Elizabeth Tucker. There's Watchwoman, I see you. I think Skyfire, Wendy Bembridge, Casey Jones, Teresa Galvin. Toxic Orchid is here. We're working hard to bring you updates on the Discord. Come over and join us. Help us make the Gavel Drops a community. I need to pop over there again and do another little live chat session. That would be fun. Weather Watch is in the house. Weather Watch, I'm wearing your shirt today. Look. In honor of... I have to make everything disappear to make this work. I should have like a button that I push. Oh, I forgot. The shirt has green on it, and so it has the courthouse. The courthouse appears through it, like the lines of the courthouse and everything. That's funny. It actually appears in green, not brown. But it looks good either way because now it matches the courthouse, which is good. But I am wearing Weather Watch's shirt. Tonight we have a podcast, 8 o'clock, here on this channel. It's going to be fantastic. We've got a lot of fun things to talk about. I'm super excited to connect with Thomas again. It's been a long week with a lot of things happening in the middle. So that's going to be good. I think we'll have to. Michelle Bass, I see you there. Yes, says Weather Watch. You too can get this shirt. This is not a one of a kind. As much as I like to think that I have the only one. We do have other people are able to buy these shirts as well from Weather Watch. So please, Weather Watch, throw the link there. Let's see. We've got the channel, but throw the link for your merch page for those who want a Weather Watch shirt. That would be awesome. Do you ship shirts directly or is it available on Amazon? Take a lot or bid or buy only. Remember, I'm in South Africa. Jacko, the shirts do ship direct. They're print on demand, and so they're actually the stores that fulfill the orders have multiple locations, and sometimes there's a manufacturer closer to you than here in the U.S. So the print on demand shirts, they'll ship it from wherever is closest and cheapest to keep the cost down on shipping. I don't know if they have a source on the African continent or not for the shirts, but so it does ship directly, and I believe it does ship worldwide, but there might be a higher cost shipping to South Africa. That is a wicked shirt. I love it. Between this one and yesterday's, I was wearing Matthew Harris's shirt, which was amazing. I like them both. And the material they chose, I mean, the quality of the shirt, it's top notch. I love it. I love it. And it's my favorite color. I live in Utah. Flooding is horrible, says Selena. Weather Watch's merch needs to be umbrellas and rain boots. It's always bad weather. Why can't it be sunscreen and beach towels, Katrina? That's my question. Let's see. Okay, we need to wrap this up. We've got stuff to do. Sadly, I'm too far away from merch. Sorry, Courtney. Do apologize. Let's see. Looking forward to spicy bourbon maple pickles on grilled prime rib steak burgers on the lake this weekend. Yeah, you've pretty much nailed everything for a fantastic weekend, NBR Grandma. That sounds fantastic. There's the Weather Watch merch. We have to make a link on this. Do I have this as a link already? There should be a command where we can post this. Remind me, Thomas, to make sure that happens. This link right here that's on the screen, that's where I got my shirt. And you can too if you'd like to, and it would be greatly appreciated. It's Friday. When will you go live? We're going live right now, Vicky. We're about to start. Well, we're about to start the video, which this trial we're watching, the judge will not allow us to live stream it. Now, we found a source for the video, but they're very slow in uploading it. So we're a little bit behind. We always feel like we're a day behind because the video doesn't become available till like 24 hours later. So we've got a little bit here to watch this morning, a couple hours of trial footage, which should be good. Okay, we're just about to get going right now, as a matter of fact. Found the burgers at Sam's yesterday on sale for about $4 a pound. Sweet. Fire up the grill. What time should I be over? I need to ask Weather Watch that question. Which question? Oh, my question about the Weather Watch. Why can't we have, like, I'm thinking beach towels. Umbrellas are good, but I'm just thinking more like a beach umbrella. Some other things would be maybe a picnic basket with a Weather Watch logo on it, or maybe a cooler. Next shirt maybe from Dr. G. Does he have some merchandise? I have not even looked. I need to go look and see if he has some. I did send him one of my mugs as a thank you, but I think I'd love to get one of his shirts if he has a shirt. I wonder what it says. It says, "I know what you're thinking. Your body I can read you like a book," or something like that. I don't know. I think there's some great merchandise ideas for Dr. G if he doesn't have merchandise. Being a body language analyst, whatever. Why can I not think what I'm saying? I don't know. It's Friday. Selena, thank you for gifting a membership. Thank you so much. I appreciate you just being here. But that is awesome on top of that. And it looks like Courtney with Butterflies was gifted a membership from you. So thank you. I meant it's his fault. It's all rain and gloom. So maybe if he forecasted better weather, then he could have merchandise that went with good weather activities, like a whole grill set with the Weather Watch logo, laser etched into it. Or, I don't know, I'm thinking maybe Weather Watch themed disposable or reusable picnic plates and cups. People only seem to notice the bad weather. Well, Rudy, look at it this way. How many times have you looked at the weather and thought, oh my goodness, I need to jump online and see who's talking about what a great sunny day it is today, and how beautiful the temperature is, and how wonderful the breeze from the ocean is today. I know. Let's jump online and watch a live stream about that. I understand why Weather Watch gets a bad name. Let's see. Someone remind Recovery Addict to remind Weather Watch to remind Recovery Addict. We're reaching the inception stage. We really are. But you guys are amazing. Let's tell you where we're at. We have video today from the we've talked for half an hour, so we need to start. We have video today from the Family Feud trial, which is the Timothy Bliefnick trial. He's on trial for murder, for murdering his wife, who he was trying to get a divorce from, but then found another solution apparently, which was quicker, and the results are different. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff in here. This today, believe it or not, we'll get more into some spicy stuff. Now on the other side, we've already talked about the victim's love life, and now we're going to get a little bit into the defendant's love life. It's not too bad. I've pre-screened it. It's not cringeworthy, but it's there. I just want to give you a heads up on that, and that's going to be our first witness. We're going to also get into some of the actual evidence, because we're getting some police detective people on the stand. So we're going to sort of stray away from the family trial portion of this and get more into the murder trial, which is sort of what we're more interested in. But that's good. Scarlett O'Hara, replay crew, love your channel, Scott. Best part is I can watch Brandy now and you later. Thank you, Scarlett. Tell Brandy hi. You guys are amazing over there. Keep the fort held down over there. You guys, love you guys. Lisa says, hey, Puppets, I'm torn between RA and Brandy this past week. RA on rewatch at the moment. Sounds good, Lisa. There will be times she's got a trial that you'll just want to watch, and hopefully there will be times that I've got a trial that you want to watch, and we'll switch back and forth. As I've told her, and I'll tell you, and as she said this morning, there's enough internet for everybody. There really is. There's room for us to just have a good time and share space. So don't feel bad. Go whichever one you want to watch. Sometimes the content of the case might not be for you. There might be one that's like, this triggers me just a wee bit, or I'm more interested in a certain one. Dr. G would have loved the body language in the football trial yesterday. Okay, there was so much body language I could read it. Okay, and I'm not a body language expert, but the witnesses on the stand, first of all, they did not want to be there. And it got a little spicy in the back and forth. Almost, I was wondering, I'll have to watch on the replay because I didn't get to see it all, but I wonder if the judge finally stepped in and say, hey, be a little respectful here on both sides. Lisa says, still hopped in with my like, and you were playing on my phone. All right, thank you, Lisa. Appreciate that. Okay, let's do this. Day 4 of this trial is on live. What?
Squirrel.
On which source? Which one are you looking at? Because I'm seeing a replay that's on live. Squirrel, play the video. Okay.
We are back on the record on 23 CF 170 People versus Timothy Bliefnick. Mr. Bliefnick appears in person and with counsel, Ms. Casey Schnock. People appear by Assistant State's Attorney Josh Jones and Laura
The audio's
Keck.
better today.
And ladies and gentlemen in the audience, I'm going to remind you again about the cell phone policy. You're allowed to have cell phones, but if you're in the courtroom, they must be turned off. Off means off. Off does not mean vibrate. Off does not mean airplane mode. Off means off. So if you have your cell phone with you and it's not turned off, you'll have a couple minutes to turn it off again, because that phone has to be put away, and if security sees you with your cell phone out or your cell phone goes off and security can tell that, then they're going to ask you to leave, and then you will not be allowed back in until the next day. So please, if you've got your cell phone on, turn it off. The only people allowed to have their devices out and using them is the media, and they must have their media ID on so we can tell them.
Which is something
so
they just print themselves.
Security can tell that they're media, and security will not hassle you then. And with that, Mr. Jones, is there any reason that we shouldn't bring in the jury?
No, if people are ready, Your Honor.
Ms. Schnock.
Ready, Your Honor.
Bring in the jury.
Bring the jury. Lisa, thank you very much. It sounded like they were clapping.
Good afternoon.
Well, jury's here. They
ladies and
portaled in.
gentlemen
We're good to go.
Of the jury, we are continuing with the prosecution's case in chief. And Mr. Jones, do you have additional evidence?
I do, Your Honor. The people would call Kelly Leapley to the stand.
This, you'll hear based on the subject matter. This is when I said it was a little spicy. That we're getting into the relationships of the defendant, and based on that, she's not going to be shown.
Ma'am, if you'll step up to the front of the courtroom, please. And if you will raise your right hand and be sworn by the clerk.
Iron, thanks for lurking.
I swear that the testimony
Aaron?
you may give in a cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. So help me God, yes.
Okay, if you'll come around here and have a seat right here in this chair.
Boost the audio just a wee bit for you guys.
And then kind of scoot up to the table to where you're comfortable and bend that microphone down so it's in front of you and speak towards the microphone, please. You may inquire.
Can you tell me your name?
Kelly Lepley.
And how do you spell your last name, Miss Lepley?
Lepley.
I'm having you slow down just a little bit. You're talking as fast as I talk sometimes, okay?
Okay.
Can you tell me, Miss Lepley, where you currently live? What state do you live in?
Pennsylvania.
She's the love interest of
When
the
did
defendant.
did you
That's
ever
why
live
she's
in
not being
Quincy,
shown.
Illinois?
Last year, I stayed for 1 year here,
Do you remember
approximately.
when you moved to Quincy?
2021,
And how long did you stay in Quincy?
about a year.
In that time that you were in Quincy, where did you live? What was the address?
1637 Hampshire Street.
Is that a house, an apartment? What kind of?
It's an upstairs apartment.
And while you were living at 1634 Hampshire, where were you working?
Quincy Medical Group.
Were you also studying at the time?
Yeah, I went to school for equine massage on the side.
It's a horse massage. That's pretty cool.
While you were living at 1637 Hampshire in 2021, 2022, did you have a next door neighbor that you knew?
Yeah, Tim.
And was that Tim Bliefnick?
Mm.
Sorry, you got to answer.
Yes, sorry.
It's okay. Do you see the person you know as Tim Bliefnick here in court?
Yes.
Could you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Brown shirt.
We'd ask that the record reflect he's identified the defendant as Tim Bliefnick.
The record will reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
When you first met Tim, how did you know him?
Just neighbors at first.
And did that change?
Yeah,
How long did it take from when you first met him to when that relationship changed?
approximately like 6 months.
Tell me about how that changed.
I started going to his house. He would come to mine occasionally.
And when he would come to your house or you would go to his house, would you have sex with him?
Yes.
I want to talk then about February 22nd of 2023, okay?
Yes.
On February 22nd of 2023, were you still living at 1637 Hampshire in that apartment?
February 22nd?
February 22nd.
No.
Where were you living?
Pennsylvania? No.
Before you moved to Pennsylvania in February, were you living at that apartment?
Yes.
And
Mr. Jones, I think you stated the wrong year, maybe.
what did I say?
You said 2023.
No, it's 2023,
Okay.
Your Honor. Yeah, February 22nd of 3 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
Were you living on Hampshire?
Yes.
Okay. And on February 22nd of 2023, did you receive a text message from Tim Bliefnick?
Yes.
If I could approach the witness, Your
You
Honor.
may.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 79, and it's 3 pieces of paper. I want you to look at those. And when you've had a chance to look at those, let me know, okay?
Yes, those are correct.
Let me ask a question, okay? The pieces of paper that you have, are those text messages between yourself and the defendant, Tim Bliefnick?
Yes.
Do those text messages show a phone number, or 2 phone numbers, in fact?
Yes.
And one of those phone numbers on the bottom, is that your phone number?
Yes.
And the phone number above that one, is it the defendant's phone number?
Yes.
And there are dates and times?
Yes.
Do those dates and times match up with your memory of when the text messages would have been received?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that People's Exhibit 79 be introduced into evidence and leave to publish during the course of my
The body language of the defense
Any
lawyer.
objection
with the
other
earrings
than
is,
the
quite interesting.
objection that we've heard pre-trial? Ms. Schnock.
No other objection other than that, Your Honor.
That objection will be overruled for the same reasons the court stated previously, and 79 will be admitted, and you may publish it.
So up on the screen is a text message, and the date is February 22nd, 2023, and the time is 12:43 p.m. Is that right, Ms. Sleepley?
Yes.
And at 12:43 p.m., did you receive a text message from the defendant, Tim Bliefnick?
Yes.
That text message says, "I'm here solo, kids are in school, so come on over." Did I read that right?
Yes.
Did you reply to that text message?
Yes.
You go forward. On February 22nd, 2023, at 12:48 a.m., did you send a text message to the defendant, Tim Bliefnick?
Yes.
And that message was, "Okie dokie, I'll be over in like 15 minutes." Did I read that right?
Yes.
And then approximately at 1 p.m., did you get a message from the defendant that said, "See you in a few"?
Yes.
After you got that text message at 1 o'clock, did you in fact go over to the defendant's house?
Yes.
And you went over there about 15 or 20 minutes later?
Yes.
So that would have been around 1:15, 1:20 in the afternoon, fair to say?
Yes.
What was the purpose of you going over there?
Sex.
You were going to have sex with the defendant.
Yes.
And did you in fact have sex with the defendant?
Yes.
And you were in his house after 1:20 for approximately 15 minutes to half an hour?
Yes.
And after you had sex with him for those 15 minutes to half an hour, you left?
Yes.
Do you know what the defendant did after that?
No, I do not.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all the questions I have. Oh, no. You can't leave.
Right, you have to stay seated. Okay. Ms. Schnock.
Ma'am, you never went over to Tim's house when his kids were there, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, he never came to your house when his kids were with him, correct?
Correct.
No other questions, Judge.
Okay, anything else?
No, Your Honor, we would release Ms. Leafley from her subpoena.
Okay,
So,
ma'am.
yes,
Now
it's
you may
embarrassing.
stand up and you may-
Luckily, that's
you're
as far
free
as they
to
go into it. And now we're going to get into actual evidence.
If you could call your next witness.
Your Honor, the people would call James Brown.
Officer, if you step up to the front of the courtroom, raise your right hand and be sworn by the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat right here. You will scoot up to the table to where you're comfortable, bend the microphone in front of you, and speak towards the microphone,
He didn't look
please.
anything like
And you
James
may
Brown,
inquire.
as I had imagined.
Can you tell us your name, please?
James Brown.
How are you employed?
I am a detective sergeant with the Quincy Police Department.
Were you involved as a detective sergeant in the investigation of the murder of Becky Bliefnick?
I was.
Was one of your responsibilities to do search warrants for various electronics that may be involved and may be helpful for the case?
It was.
I want to go through some of the different things that you did, okay?
Okay.
In your investigation, did you first attempt to determine if there was any video surveillance that Becky Bliefnick had?
I did.
Were you successful in obtaining any video surveillance that Becky Bliefnick may have had?
No.
She had a Ring camera, correct?
She did.
Based on your training and experience, why were you not able to obtain any of the videos from her Ring camera?
I had submitted a search warrant to the company. They advised there was no saved audio or saved video files. Basically, from my training and experience, that's often the time when somebody doesn't pay for a subscription that you'll have a video system that it's kind of freeware, freemium, that it'll look live on your phone and alert you to live video, but it doesn't record unless you pay a monthly fee for it.
So based on that, there was no surveillance video we could obtain from Becky Bliefnick's home?
Correct.
Did you also look into whether or not there was any video surveillance from the defendant's home at 1641 Hampshire?
I did.
Was that successful either?
It was not.
Similarly, there was no usable video surveillance from his home, correct?
Correct.
Did you also look into whether or not Becky Bliefnick had any Amazon devices that may have any information?
I did.
What specifically did you try to get information from?
There was an Amazon Echo or Alexa type of device that would normally have passive listening on it. I sent a search warrant off to Amazon looking for any possible saved audio files that would have been captured. They advised there were no saved audio files available.
That has to be activated by the person saying something, correct?
Correct. Usually there's a trigger word to start the recordings.
Which did not occur apparently in this case.
Correct.
Okay, so let's talk about the search warrants that were successful, okay?
Okay.
Sergeant Brown, I'm going to hand you what we've marked as People's Exhibit 163. Did you get information as to Becky Bliefnick's phone number?
Yes.
And what was that cell phone number?
217-316-4616.
Based on that, did you then submit a search warrant for any records that AT&T may have for that phone number?
I did.
And can you tell us what People's Exhibit, I believe it's 163 is?
It is 163. It's a DVD of AT&T's search warrant response that they had provided me, as well as a affidavit of business records signed and notarized for those records.
Your Honor, I'd ask that People's Exhibit 163 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection, Ms. Schnock?
No, Your Honor.
Will be admitted.
When we receive records from AT&T, do they provide you with a cover sheet showing any information as to who the subscriber is?
They do.
Your Honor, I'd ask to publish information from People's Exhibit 163, specifically the subscriber page from those records.
May be published.
Just for the cameraman, that was a good time to get a white balance, but oh well.
Sergeant Brown, this is the cover page that you received for those records for that phone number of 217-316-4616, correct?
Correct.
And in looking at that, it showed that the name on the account was Rebecca Bliefnick at 2528 Kentucky Road.
It does.
Thank you. Did you similarly also obtain records for the phone number that you had as potentially the defendant's phone?
I did.
I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 164. Can you tell us what phone number
I'm going to try to boost her voice a little bit.
217-257-3666.
And did you receive a response?
I did.
And is People's Exhibit 164 the response you received from AT&T for those records?
It is.
And does that contain also a business records affidavit?
It does, signed and notarized.
Your Honor, we'd ask that People's Exhibit 164 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection, Ms. Schnock?
No, Your Honor.
164 will be admitted.
Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish portions of those records for the jury.
You may publish them.
Sergeant Brown, when you obtained records for that phone number, did they also come back with a name? In this case, it said Tim Bliefnick, 1641 Hampshire Street, Quincy, Illinois.
It did.
And that also contained information of a Gmail of timbleefnick@gmail.com.
It did.
Did you then also look further at those records?
I did.
And those records contained information as far as phone calls that that phone number had made or received?
Correct.
We can go to the next page. Specifically, Sergeant Brown, I want to talk to you about records from February 13th to the 14th on the defendant's cell phone records. And when you obtained those records, now I first want to ask you, so we have here, we have these dates, correct?
Correct.
And we have times.
Yes.
Now, those times say UTC right there.
Yes.
Based on your, how long have you been a law enforcement officer?
24 and a half years.
And again, your responsibility in this case was to obtain records for all these different search warrants, correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with what UTC time is?
I am.
Can you tell the jury what that means?
It's abbreviation for Coordinated Universal Time. It is a 24-hour world time standard that is comprised of data from over 400 atomic clocks around the world and information regarding the Earth's rotation. It is the basis for our time standards, such as Central Standard, Eastern Mountain. So it's a basis for the world to be on the exact same time to the second, to the tick, actually.
So when we say UTC time, you know that you have to convert that to Central Standard Time or Quincy, Illinois time, correct?
That is correct.
These records. So how do you convert UTC time to Central Standard Time or Quincy, Illinois time?
So it would be minus 6 hours unless it's daylight savings time, would be minus 5.
And in February of 2023, it would be minus 6 hours, is that correct?
Correct.
So for example, if we see 00:02:39, that's like 12:02 a.m.
Correct.
We subtract 6 from that, and it's actually 6:02 and 39 seconds.
That's correct.
Or if we see, and they do it, it's in what we call commonly military time, right?
24-hour format, yes.
So 18:10:39, that's like 12:02 a.m.
Correct.
We subtract 6 from that, and it's actually 6:02 and 39 seconds.
That's correct.
Or if we see, and they do it, it's in what we call commonly military time, right?
24-hour format, yes.
So 18:10 is in universal time, 6:10 p.m. We subtract 6, that's 12:10 p.m.
Okay, sorry guys, we're trying to get the power restored back on here and put all the pieces together. Slowly, we're back. We're not going to miss anything. The power company just wanted to have its say in the stream, which I'm not a big fan of, but it did what it did. We won't miss anything. We were 19 minutes 52 seconds into the video. And give me just 1 second to get all my parts and pieces connected again, running the way they should. Oh, man. Nope. I see the problem. Trying to connect to my phone. That's why it's not working. All right, we're almost there. Okay, the chat bot is back up and running. Text is back. Our feed is getting there. Don't know why I don't have a network connection yet. Okay, There we go. It's in. Okay, I need to, oh man, this is 9 out of 10 YouTubers hate it when their power goes out on their studio. Adriel. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I do as well. I've got a green screen behind me. This is a rare sight to actually show you my green screen, but that's the background. We're going to fix that here in just a second. You're going to see that it's No Pants Friday. How do I do this? I have to get my courtroom back. We're gonna bring the feed up here in just a second. Actually, let's switch to Super Source. I might be able to bring it up before I get the courtroom back. Ready, Super Source. Box 2 is 6. And let's cut. Here we go. There we go. We've got the feed.
Correct.
We've got the audio. All right, I'll get my courtroom back.
I want to just show you on February 14th, 2023, there was a phone call that was made at 7:32:35 seconds, Universal time, UTC time. What time is that in Central Standard Time?
So it'd be 1:32
a.m.
a.m. Correct.
And that was a phone call for 1 minute and 8 seconds from two, and the first number is always the calling number, so from 217-257-3666, which is the defendant's phone number, correct?
Correct.
And that was made to 1573-526-3669.
Correct.
Also, we looked at some phone records from February 20th to 22nd, correct?
Yes.
And reviewing those, we see, again, the 20th, 21st, you go forward, Mr. Jones, 22nd, 23rd, you go forward one more. And specifically, I want to talk to you about some records on February 23rd, 2023. You go one more. When you were reviewing this, did you have information that the defendant had made a phone call to St. Peter's School?
Yes.
Did you then look to see if that phone call also showed up on the defendant's phone records?
I did, and it was.
And we look here, 17:51:34 seconds. Again, we subtract 6 hours. That's at 11:51 a.m. and 34 seconds. Correct?
Correct.
And that was a 53-second call from the defendant's phone to 217-223-1120.
Correct.
What is that phone number to?
St. Peter's.
Did you also look at additional records on the afternoon of February 23rd, 2023?
Yes.
Specifically, did you have information from the victim's father, Bill Postal, about phone calls that he attempted to make to the defendant?
Yes.
And specifically, did you find a call on February 23rd, 2023 at 21:06:42, which we switched that to UTC time, was at 3:06 p.m., and that shows it was 25 seconds.
Correct.
And from these records, we don't know if the person answered or not. We just know that the phone did something for 25 seconds when that phone call was made.
Correct.
And that phone call was made from 217-242-5335 to the defendant's phone.
That's correct.
Based on your investigation, whose phone number is 242-5335?
William Postal.
Did you also observe a phone call that was made from the defendant's phone to William Postal's phone later that afternoon again?
Yes.
That number, or that phone call was February 23rd, 2023 at 22:14:31, which again, we turn that into UTC time, was at 4:14 and 31 seconds. Is that correct?
Correct?
And that was for 2 minutes and 57 seconds.
Correct.
And again, that number, that was a phone call from the defendant's phone to a number that you knew to be Bill Postal's number.
That's correct.
Did you also learn that Becky Bliefnick had an ADT system?
I did.
Tell us what ADT is.
Just a home security system company.
Her security system did not have video surveillance, correct?
Correct.
Did you learn that it did actually record activity of sensors to different doors or windows, or I'm sorry, not windows, doors and garages of her house?
Yes.
Did you obtain a search warrant for those ADT records?
I did.
Sergeant Brown, I've handed you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 176. Can you tell us what that is?
This would be a DVD of the search warrant return, the data from ADT that they gave me in response to my search warrant, as well as a signed and notarized business record certification or affidavit.
We'd ask that People's Exhibit 176 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection, Ms. Schnock?
No, Your Honor.
176 will be admitted.
Your Honor, we'd ask permission to publish parts of the records that we received from ADT in People's Exhibit 176.
You may publish it.
Sergeant Brown, again, just like AT&T, ADT provides you a cover sheet with the user information. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you received that back, it showed the customer information was Rebecca Bliefnick.
Correct.
She had obtained this security system on February 4th, 2021.
Correct.
And that was for 2528 Kentucky Road
Yes.
with a phone number of 316-4616, the same AT&T phone number that you determined was Becky Bliefnick's.
Correct.
Did you then, as I said, look at those records a little bit further?
I did.
In looking at these records, we see that it starts at the bottom and gives multiple dates. Is that right?
Yes.
As well as multiple times, again, going backwards from back to February 19th, going closer in time all the way to February 16th. Is that right?
19th to the 23rd of February.
Yes, February 20, yes, the 19th to February 23rd.
Correct.
In reviewing the records, we see several times it says modem ping more info. What is that?
From my understanding and training experience, that would be just when the system, the sensors or whatever it is sending information back to the control hubs or the main system, just technical data.
So verifying it's working.
Yes.
So there's no alerts or anything with that.
Correct.
And in this case, there was no activity on Becky Bliefnick's ADT system from February 19th at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, other than that modem ping, all the way till until February 21st at 11:03. Is that right?
Correct.
Did that correlate with information that you and other officers obtained that she was out of town during that time?
Yes.
Did you also look at where at 3:27, we'll go that one. Did you also look at the early morning hours of February 23rd, 2023?
I did.
When you looked at that, was there an alert at 1:12 a.m. that the front door had been opened?
Yes.
And at 1:27 a.m., an alert also went off that the front door was still open. It had been open for 15 minutes, so another alert comes in.
Correct.
We go back, Mr. Jones. Thank you. Did you also, to ensure that the times were working, look at these other times and see that on February 23rd, 2023 at 15:27 or 3:27 p.m., the garage door had been opened did that correlate with other things in your investigation?
It did.
And what was that?
That would have been around the same time that Bill Postal arrived at the house and discovered the body.
Did you also, continuing to do additional search warrants,
I did.
did you obtain a search warrant for Becky Bliefnick's Facebook records?
I did.
When obtaining a search warrant for Facebook records, do you have to first try to determine what Facebook account is the person's account that you want to see?
Yes.
Did you receive information as your investigation was going on about what Facebook account family members and friends communicated with her on?
Yes.
If we could put up People's Exhibit 69. It's been admitted. Your Honor, I ask permission to publish People's Exhibit 69 with this witness. It's previously been admitted.
The court will allow you to publish it.
Is this the profile or the account that you received information that this was Becky Bliefnick's Facebook account?
It was.
When you actually look at somebody's Facebook account, the URL or the website for their account has a very specific number. Is that correct? That comes up?
It can either, if you're talking about the Facebook user ID, it can either be the name separated by some periods and then a number, or it can be, it's like a 16 or 18 digit number, I think. It kind of varies.
Did you use that information then to request request records from Facebook specifically related to this account?
I did.
And did you receive a response?
I did.
Sergeant Brown, I'm handing you People's Exhibit 70. Can you tell us what that is?
This would be the Facebook records returned in response to my search warrant, as well as a signed and notarized business records affidavit.
Your Honor, I ask that People's Exhibit 70 be admitted and introduced into evidence.
Any objection, Ms. Schnock?
No, Your Honor.
Will be admitted.
Your Honor, I'd ask that we publish certain portions of that exhibit, specifically the cover pages of the user of that account.
You may.
Sergeant Brown, when you received back that information, it had a cover page similar to ADT, similar to AT&T, correct?
Correct.
And that information came back, the name is Becky Bliefnick.
Correct.
It showed 2 registered emails, rebecca.bernadette@gmail.com, as well as becky.postalbliefnick@facebook.com.
That's correct.
We could go to page 2, Mr. Jones. That also showed that the person who used that account was in Quincy, Illinois.
Correct.
And it says that that is the hometown provided by the account holder.
Correct.
It also showed that there was a phone number associated with the account, 217-316-4616, which was the same phone number that you had obtained AT&T records for Rebecca Bliefnick. Is that correct?
Correct.
It also showed credit cards associated with the account with the name of Becky Bliefnick with zip codes of 62305 and 62301. Is that right?
Correct.
Sergeant Brown, I want to go back briefly to one thing on the cell phone records. When you received the cell phone records, both for the defendant as well as Becky Bliefnick, they do provide cellular information as to the location of the phone when those phone calls are made. Is that correct?
Some, yes.
Now, is that something that sometimes can be very helpful to an investigation?
It can in some circumstances.
Was it helpful in this case?
It was not.
Tell us why not.
Specifically, AT&T, in essence, they didn't get you close enough. There's always an error, what's called an error radius, when you're dealing with geolocation data. In this case, AT&T and most companies will provide what their error radius is. A lot on what I noticed on both the defendant as well as Becky's accounts is that their error radius was around 1,500 or 2,500 meters, which is quite the distance, and I think that their houses were only about 1,300 meters. It's also dependent upon where the towers that they're pinging off of, if you will. So if there's a tower nearby, both residences, the phone, the AT&T is just going to keep pinging to that same tower. So if you're talking about small distances, block to block, if you will, this would not be helpful if your error radius is 1,500 or 2,500 meters. If you're wanting to look to see if somebody was going from town to town or the extreme north end of town to the south end of town, then it would have been useful. But in this case, it was not.
Because in this case, both houses were within the error radius.
Correct.
When we talked about the AT&T records, we noticed how those were in UTC time. Were the ADT records in UTC time?
No, they were in Central Standards. Most of the records are, it's noted, and I believe ADT's was noted at the very top that it's in Central Standard.
And you could further determine that it was not UTC time because of the fact where we could correlate exactly when Bill Postal was there, as well as when law enforcement arrived, the notifications were consistent with that. Is that right?
Correct. When we all showed up, it was looking at the ADT records. It was just doors constantly opening and shutting and garage doors opening, which would correlate with the times that we were all there at the residence.
Sergeant Brown, I want to talk to you about something you did that was not obtaining records.
Okay.
Did you also participate in a traffic stop of the defendant?
I did.
And was that pursuant to a warrant, a search warrant?
Yes.
When you did that search warrant allow you to collect any electronic devices?
Yes.
It's always the electronic devices.
I want to show you what's been marked as...
I'll get you every time.
So I'm going to hand you People's Exhibits 157 through 160.
Okay.
Can you tell us, in a general sense, are those pictures that were taken, or I guess screenshots from that traffic stop of the defendant?
Yes.
Specifically, does that show those electronic devices at the time before they were seized pursuant
Yes.
to that warrant?
Yes.
Skip the first one. First, Your Honor, I'd ask that People's Exhibits 157 and 160 through 160 be admitted and published to the jury.
Any objection, Ms. Schnock?
No.
All right. 157, 158, 159, and 160 will be admitted and they may be published.
Sergeant Brown, this is a picture of the defendant, is that correct, from that traffic stop?
Correct.
And what do we see on his left wrist?
What was later to be determined to be a Whoop fitness tracker device.
And if we go to picture 158. And in that picture, we also see that Whoop from a little bit more of a distance on the defendant's wrist. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was that Whoop later seized?
It was.
And I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 156. Can you tell us what that is?
This would be the Whoop fitness device that I took off of the defendant on that day.
Your Honor, I ask that People's Exhibit 156 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection, Ms. Schnock?
No.
Will be admitted.
You said that you also obtained a phone during that at execution of that warrant, is that right?
Yes.
Where was that phone located that day?
Within the defendant's vehicle.
We could show People's Exhibit 159, please. And this is a picture of the defendant's vehicle or the inside, is that correct?
Correct.
And that phone was sitting on the passenger side of the vehicle, is that right?
Correct.
When that traffic stop occurred, was there any other person inside the vehicle?
No.
And in fact, was the defendant asked where his phone was?
I believe so by Detective Cowick.
And did he indicate that it was inside his car on the passenger seat?
Yes,
Was that phone then seized?
it was.
Sergeant Brown, I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 218. Can you tell us what that is?
So white iPhone in black OtterBox case.
And was that the phone that was seized on that particular day?
Yes.
Both that phone and that Whoop Fitness armband, those were seized on March 1st, 2023, is that right?
That is correct.
Now, when you examined People's Exhibit 156, did you determine that there was a specific assigned number to that Whoop arm fitness band?
Yes, there was a serial number or source, some sort of number printed on the side of the device.
Your Honor, I'd ask that we show what we marked as People's Exhibit 156, which is basically a picture of what the defendant, or I'm sorry, the witness is holding in his hand.
You may publish that.
Sergeant Brown, this is, again, that same evidence bag that you're holding in your hand, is that right?
That's correct.
And that Whoop Fitness band, on there is a specific number. It says 4A05420044.
That is correct.
And that is, as you said, specifically assigned to that particular Whoop that was on the defendant's wrist.
Yes.
I believe now we can all connect to that and download its data. I'm not saying you should. I just think I think that's the only number you need.
Search warrant for all of the records associated with that Whoop.
I did.
Sergeant Brown, I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 161. Is that the records that you obtained when you had that search warrant sent to the company for Whoop?
It is.
Your Honor, I ask that People's Exhibit 161 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection, Ms. Schnock?
No.
It will be admitted.
Your Honor, I have no other questions. Thank you.
Questions, Ms. Schnock?
Thank you. Sergeant Brown, I want to start by talking with you about the search warrants that were unsuccessful, okay?
Okay.
And you referenced several, and I just want to make sure that I'm on the same page with you, okay? There were certain surveillance cameras that were found at Tim's residence on Hampshire Street, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall what brand or type of surveillance cameras those were?
I think, if I remember right, there was possibly two different types, mainly Ring, which would be a Google brand type device.
And was there also a Nest or other type of camera that you found at Tim's house?
Well, that would be the same. There were ADT signs.
Okay, but there was no ADT account associated with Tim's residence?
That is correct.
Okay. And am I correct that the search warrant that you sent to Ring with respect to Tim's house did not give you any useful results, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then there was also search warrants sent with respect to Ring at Becky's house, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then there was also an Echo device, which is an Amazon device, correct?
Correct.
And the search warrant to Amazon for the Echo device yielded no useful results, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know why Ring was unable to return any useful footage from Tim's house?
From both what the defendant told me and what They only returned 2 still images, and there was nothing else there. And from what the defendant told me, they were, at the time of the traffic stop, I think he made a comment that most of them weren't hooked up anymore and weren't working or something of that nature.
Okay. Were there also warrants sent to Adams Telephone Systems?
Yes.
Okay, and were there also warrants sent out for some computer, Quincy Recycle and Quincy Farm Products computer?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you also request Adams County IT staff and request any useful footage from Adams County court proceedings that Tim and Becky may have been involved in, correct?
I did.
Okay, and Adams County IT did not give you any useful footage. Is that also correct?
I never received any, no.
Okay. Do you know what the significance is of the ID number on that Whoop band? And I don't want you to assume or guess. I'm just asking if you know.
I mean, I guess no.
Okay, that's fair. And as far as the AT&T records are concerned, the only thing that those records really show is that a call is made to a specific number by a specific number. Is that fair? It shows that the call was made.
It shows technical data,
Okay.
but it doesn't show content or anything.
So you can't tell from these records if a call was answered or not.
I don't believe so.
Okay. It shows that a call was made and the duration that that call lasted.
Correct.
Okay. As far as your other involvement in this case is concerned, on February 23rd, you would have been present at Tim's house at 1641 Hampshire for a period of about 2 hours. Does that sound about right?
Approximately, yes.
Did you get there at about 6:30?
If that's what my report reflects, yes.
Okay, and did you leave around 8:30?
Sounds about right.
Okay. During your involvement at 1641 Hampshire, you never offered Mr. Bliefnick gunshot residue testing, correct?
Did I?
Yes.
No.
Okay, do you know if any other officer did?
I don't know for sure. I was more just standing by to assist as needed.
All right, that's fair. And while you were there, did Tim make a call to a friend to make arrangements to have somebody pick up the kids?
Yes.
Okay, and you and other Quincy police officers allowed for that, correct?
Correct.
At some point that evening, were you around when a request was made for Becky's passcode for her phone?
I might have been. I can't recall the
fair.
Scenario.
That's fair. And during your traffic stop at 20th and Hampshire, that would have been conducted shortly before 8 a.m. on March 1st, correct?
Correct.
And during the search, he told you where 2 safe keys were, as well as an activation card for the gun safe in his bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And he also advised you that there was a broken shotgun in the basement with a live round in it, correct?
He did.
And he also provided you 2 possible passcodes for the garage, correct?
Yes.
And when asked about where his cell phone was that day, he told you where it was, and it was where he said it was, correct?
I believe that conversation was between him and Detective Cowick, but from my understanding, yes.
Okay. And at any point during the traffic stop at 20th and Hampshire were Tim's shoes taken?
He was given a courtesy ride from the scene, and I believe the shoes were taken at that time, not necessarily right there, but yes.
Okay, but during that search, the shoes that he was wearing on March 1st were taken?
Yes.
And do you know what kind of shoes those were?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know if any other shoes were collected during this search?
From the traffic stop, no.
Okay. And as far as the traffic stop is concerned, Tim was compliant with the request of officers. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. No other questions, Judge.
Ms. Keck?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Brown, that number, that, I guess it's letter number combination that was on the WHOOP, that's what you used to obtain the search warrant for the WHOOP data, is that correct?
Correct.
When you received that back, did it have specific identifying information on it?
It did.
Specifically, did it identify itself as specifically as the user as Tim Bliefnick?
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor.
Before you step down, officer, I don't show that 218 was offered into evidence. Did the people mean to offer that into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor, we would ask that that be admitted.
Okay. And that's the defendant's cell phone that was seized?
Yes.
Ms. Schnock, any objection?
No.
Okay. That will be admitted. And then you may step down.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
People would call Christine Moore.
Okay, and while we're waiting, we're going to stand up and stretch then.
Ooh, it's yoga time. Yoga time, everybody. Stand up. Stand up with me. We need some music. See, not the sad trombone music. Let's do some. Yeah. Get the wiggles out, everybody. Here we go. Oh, hands up. Big hands. Big hands. Great job there. Great job, everybody. Work the neck. Head, shoulders. Roll the shoulders. Deep breath. You knew this was coming. This is my favorite part of the day. Love to stand and stretch. A couple judges do this. I wish we got the view with the whole courtroom. I want to see people like rolling out the mats. I want to be the. I want to see like all the stretches, the creative poses. People are like, "That's not a stretch. That's not a stretch. You're just flexing."
Gentlemen, please be seated.
All right. Okay, that's
Ma'am,
it.
if you could.
Fun time over.
If you could step up a little bit closer, raise your right hand, and be sworn by the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you
Well-
may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the
While
whole
this is
truth, and
happening,
nothing but
I'm
the
literally
truth, so help
fixing
you
the
God?
jackhammer.
Okay, if you'll come around here and have a
It's
seat
broken.
right here
My
in
hands
this
are
chair.
covered in grease. It's bad. How do you get the end of a
And
bit
scoot
out of a
up to the
jackhammer
table
after it's
to where you're
broken?
comfortable, and then
Asking for a
bend
friend.
that microphone down and speak towards the microphone, please.
Okay.
You may inquire.
Can you tell me your name, please?
Christine Moore.
What do you do for a living?
I'm not currently employed.
Do you have some children?
Yes.
And where do you live? Not an address, but where?
Quincy.
How long have you lived in Quincy?
Just around 16 years, 15 years, something like that.
Did you know someone by the name of Becky Bliefnick?
Yes.
How did you know her?
I became acquainted with her when she worked with my husband at Blessing.
Your husband is a doctor at Blessing, is that right?
Correct.
And how did Becky work at Blessing?
They worked together in the surgery center.
You said you were friends with Becky?
Correct.
As friends, did you guys call each other, text each other?
Yes.
And did you do that on your phone?
Right, yeah.
And then when you would message with Becky, would she send you text messages?
Yes.
And you would send them back to her?
Yes.
Were you familiar with Becky's phone number?
Yes.
And was it saved in your phone as Becky Bliefnick?
Yes.
How many times would you say over the course of your friendship would you have messaged with Becky?
Too many to count.
Did you also talk with her on that?
Yes.
And when she would call you on the phone, would it come up with her name and phone number?
Yes.
And you would answer and you would hear somebody on the other side of that phone conversation and you knew it was Becky?
Yes.
Did you receive some messages from Becky in May of 2021?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 76.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to look at those. And can you tell me, do you recognize those messages?
Yes.
Are those messages that you received from Becky Bliefnick on May 7th of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, pursuant to the court's previous ruling, we would ask that People's Exhibit 76 be admitted into evidence over the previous objection of the defense.
Okay, Ms. Knock, you are objecting?
What? I'm sorry.
You're, okay.
Yes, I'm renewing my ongoing objection,
Right.
but nothing new.
The court will overrule that objection. That objection was heard pre-trial. The court overruled it and will overrule it at this point on the same, for the same reasons that the court stated pre-trial. And you may, it's 76 be admitted and you may publish it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, is what is on the screen what you have in front of you, People's Exhibit 76? Is that right?
Yes.
And is that the message that you received from Becky Bliefnick on May 21st, 2021 at 3:36 p.m.?
May 7th.
What did I say?
21st?
May 7th. Thank you. Because it says it right up there, right?
Correct.
May 7th,
Correct.
2021.
Correct.
3:36. It'd be nice if I could read. Could you go forward one slide, please, Ms. Kathy? And ma'am, in the middle of that message, did she say to you, she messaged to you, he has screamed in my face, shoved me in front of the kids, and has thrown things across the room where the kids and I were standing, punched a hole in the wall. If things really don't go his way, I feel he can be very unstable and unpredictable. And the thought has gone through my mind on if I may need a restraining order. I'm definitely changing the locks as soon as I can. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
In the context of that message, did you know who she was referring to?
Yes.
And who was she referring to?
Tim.
Did you know Tim Bliefnick at that time?
Yes.
Is Tim Bliefnick here in court today?
Yes.
Could you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Right there, wearing a brown pullover zip-up.
Your Honor, we'd ask that the record reflect she's identified the defendant.
The record will reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
In the course of that same conversation,
We're about halfway
did she
through this
send
video.
a message to you that said the following? The only way to ensure all three choose him over me is to eliminate me as a choice.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Why do I think they left a lot
That's all
of
the
that
questions.
message out?
I'm sorry, 1 second.
Like in the rule of completeness, I think there's more to that message than what we've seen.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all the questions I have.
Ms. Schnock?
Thank you. Ms. Moore, I just have a few questions for you, okay?
Sure.
Okay. All right, how long have you known Tim?
I think I first met Tim probably when I did Becky, probably about 5 years ago,
Okay, and would Tim and Becky ever hang out socially with you and your husband?
on occasion.
Okay, and when did that stop?
When did it stop? I don't remember exactly.
Okay, has it been a few years since you last saw Tim in person?
No.
Okay, when was the last time you ever interacted with Tim in person?
He was the coach of my son's football team this past fall.
Okay.
One of the coaches. Sorry.
Okay, that's fair. And then as far as this message
Avela,
is
I don't think
concerned,
that
this
was
was
me.
sent to you on May 7th, 2021, correct?
The date that was on there, yes.
And so as we sit here today, that was 2 years ago, correct?
Sounds correct.
And at the time that message was sent, it was only 4 or 5 months after the divorce had been filed, correct?
I don't remember the exact date the divorce was filed.
Okay, but it was sent while the divorce was ongoing. Is that fair?
Sounds fair.
Okay. Do you know if you know, say if you don't, that's okay too. Do you know if this was early on in the divorce that she sent this to you?
I want to say the divorce was filed sometime early that year, so it seems like it would have been early, but I'm not completely certain.
Okay. You never helped Becky get a restraining order of protection against him, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Avela, YouTube chat's been really weird the
And
last
you
couple
never
days.
filed any police reports on her behalf, correct?
Correct.
No other questions, Judge?
Questions?
No, Your Honor. I'm going to release her from her subpoena.
All right, you may step down. You are free to go.
She can be released.
Your Honor, I've spoken with Ms. Schnock, and both parties have agreed to release her from any subpoena.
Okay, you're free to go.
Okay, I did manage to fix the broken jackhammer bit. Still trying to get the grease off my hands.
Another witness, Mr. Jones or Ms. Keck?
Judge, the people would call Nicole Bateman.
Yeah. I'm not sure. The later stuff is important. Here we go, 1547.
Dave, that's all I can do in the middle of trial, but happy birthday. Hope you have a great birthday. Sorry I missed that earlier. The portal is misdirecting. YouTube's being a little funny today.
Ma'am, if you'll step up to the front of the courtroom. And then raise your right hand and be sworn by the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, if you'll come around here, have a seat right here in this chair.
Looks like we don't get to see this one either, so we'll get the body language reaction from the counsel instead.
Then bend that microphone in front of you and speak.
They're going to break that microphone if they keep bending it like that.
You may inquire.
Can you tell me your name?
My name is Nicole Bateman,
Ms. Bateman, where do you currently live?
Decatur, Illinois.
Ms. Bateman, what do you do for a living?
Economic development.
Indicator?
In Decatur.
How long have you done that?
8 years.
Ms. Bateman, did you know someone by the name of Rebecca Bliefnick?
I did.
How did you know Becky?
She was my childhood friend. We've known each other for 35 years.
Did you used to live in Quincy, Illinois?
I did.
How long did you live in Quincy?
I moved away when I was 20.
Avela just means you subscribe to the channel. It's just a funny comment. Everyone sees that.
Yes.
And then after that, your friendship continued?
Absolutely.
Did you and Becky talk regularly on the phone?
Yes, until technology changed, and then much of it was text.
And you had a cell phone and she had a cell phone?
Yes.
You would text and you would talk over those cell phones?
Yes.
Were you familiar with Becky's phone number?
Yes.
And was her phone number 316-4616?
Yes.
In the course of that friendship with her, did you also know Tim Bliefnick, her husband?
Yes.
Is he here in court today?
Yes, he is.
Could you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Yes, he is wearing a brown 3/4 zip pullover.
We'd ask that the record reflect she has identified the defendant as Tim Bliefnick.
The record will reflect that the defendant, or that the witness has identified the defendant.
I want to talk to you about some text messages that you and Becky had on Sunday, May 9th, 2021, okay?
Okay.
If I could approach you.
You may.
Ms. Bateman, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 77. Tell me when you've had a chance to look at that.
Yes.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Are those, in fact, text messages between yourself and Miss Becky Postal?
Yes, they are.
And in fact, does the top of that say Becky Postal?
Yes, it does.
You've communicated with her from your cell phone with that name multiple times.
Yes.
She shared with you information that only Becky Postal would know.
Yes.
You've talked to her when the phone rang, when that name came up, and you've talked to her and you've recognized her voice on that phone.
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that People's Exhibit 77 be admitted into evidence and published to the jury.
Ms. Schnock, over objection?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Over previous objection, the court will admit number 77, will deny the objection for the same reasons given pretrial.
Ms. Keck, if you go to the first call out, please. At the top of those messages, we see a name. Is that right?
Yes.
And what's the name?
Becky Postal.
Is that how you always knew Becky?
Yes.
Did she ever have a different last name?
She took Bliefnick as her last name after marriage.
And did you change that in your phone at some point?
I changed it after their divorce started.
You changed it?
I changed it back to her maiden name, Becky Postal.
And the date of these messages was Sunday, May 9th, 2021 at 8:43 p.m. Is that right?
Yes.
You can go to the next call out. Did you receive a message from your friend, Becky Postal, that said, Tim told me if I outed his dad, that he, Ray, would probably have to move, and then he would kill himself?
Yes.
Did she later tell you, and yes, I absolutely worry he will try to take the kids sometime, especially if I get awarded the custody I want. He will be pissed, and he will do whatever he feels like doing.
Yes.
Did you have a different text message conversation with your friend Becky Postal on September 8th, 2021?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 78. I'll hand that to you and ask you to let me know when you've had a chance to look at that.
Yes.
Do you recognize those messages?
Yes, I do.
Are those messages that were sent to you on that date, again, by your friend Becky Postal?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that People's Exhibit 78 be introduced into evidence based on that same foundation.
Over objection of defendant on the previously stated reasons, the court will admit number 78 over objection.
We'd ask leave to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish it.
Yeah, I think they're all the council is compliant with the local rules as far as attire and clothing, where the judge would say something.
Again, at the top of these messages, we again see that name of Becky Postal and the date of September 8th, 2021 at 3:03 p.m. Is that when you received those messages?
Yes.
First call out, please. Did your friend Becky tell you, on top of that, a friend and coworker of mine from the ER was murdered last Friday by her ex?
Yes.
Did she later tell you in that same conversation, yes, I literally had a panic attack Friday night thinking Tim is going to come after me and do the same if he continues to not get his way. If he's crazy enough to file this OOP and make all this crap up and blame it on me, what else is he willing to do? Did she send you that message?
Yes.
But I told my lawyer I either want an OOP for myself and the kids, or at least make a statement in court and on the record that I am scared of what he might do, and his erratic behavior and constant lies facilitate the need for protection. On top of the fact that he has all our guns and ammunition, including mine. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And again, was that a message that was sent to you by your friend, Becky Post?
Yes.
OOP, I believe that's order of protection. It's a
After
protective
receiving
order.
those messages, you didn't call the police, did you?
I did not.
You didn't appear in court and testify for Becky, did you?
No.
You didn't call an attorney and express anything to them as well, did you?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all the questions I have.
You're welcome.
Ms. Schnock?
Thank you. Ms. Bateman, when was the last time you would have seen Tim?
The last time I saw Tim was on December 27th, 2019.
Okay. And that was before the divorce was even filed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is it your information that the divorce was filed in early 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And so the message that was sent to you May 9th of 2021 was not long after the divorce was filed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as the message that was sent on September 8th is concerned, at this point, that was about a year and a half ago? or 6 months ago?
No, that was September 8th, 2021.
2021, okay, so that was a year and a half ago.
Yes.
Okay. And you were childhood friends with Becky, correct?
Yes.
Did you reach out to her parents about these messages?
No.
No other questions, Judge.
Additional questions?
Just one question. Ms. Bateman, do you wish you would have?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
You got the last jab in. They like to do this. So the lawyer for Tim, Bliefnick, was also his lawyer. Ooh, that's a loud zipper. Was also his lawyer for the
Is she free
divorce.
to go, Mr. Jones?
So
we would release her from her subpoena.
she's a woman of many talents.
She's free to go.
You're free to go. Thank you, ma'am.
It's not often you get a family law lawyer who also handles murder cases in their spare time, or vice versa. But that's what she does. So she's very familiar with this case.
I don't care.
I think, Your Honor, we've been going for a while. It's probably a good time to take
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our afternoon break. We will break for 20 minutes, so we will start back at 2:30.
All rise.
All right. Just like that, we're back.
We are back on the record on 23 CF 170, People versus Timothy Bliefnick. Mr. Bliefnick appears in person and with counsel, Ms. Casey Schnock. People appear by Assistant State's Attorneys Josh Jones and Laura Keck. And we should be ready to bring in the jury. Anything from the people before we bring in the jury, Mr. Jones?
No, Your Honor, again, just as far as housekeeping, we brought 2 additional witnesses up this afternoon. So we have 5 more witnesses for today. We had 3, but obviously we're at 2:30 and things are going faster. So I have 2 more witnesses that we can put on today. So we're not hopefully stopping at 3 o'clock.
All right, that sounds good. Ms. Schnock, anything from the defense side?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring in the jury.
We have just 30 minutes here on this video remaining. 30 minutes, and then we'll have the next video for after lunch, I think. Or we can work through lunch.
All right,
depends what we want to do.
we are still on the prosecution case in chief, and the people have additional witnesses. Mr. Jones.
People would call Amber Whitler, Your Honor.
Oh.
Ma'am, if you'd step up to the front of the courtroom. All right, and then raise your right hand and be sworn by the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, now if you come around here and have a seat right here in this chair. And kind of scoot up to the table to where you're comfortable and bend that microphone so it's in front of you, and please speak towards the microphone.
Okay.
And you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you tell us your name, please?
My name is Amber Whitler.
Can you spell that last name for us?
Wittler.
Ms. Whitler, what do you do?
I'm a surgical first assistant at Blessing Hospital Surgery Center.
Did you know Becky Bliefnick?
Yes, I did.
When did you meet Becky?
I can't remember the exact date. I think it was around 2016 at school at John Wood Community College.
Was that in nursing school with Becky?
I wasn't in nursing school, but yes, we're doing our prereqs.
Did you then later work with her?
I did.
Where did you work with her at?
At Blessing Surgery Center in the GI department.
Did you continue to have regular contact with her after you no longer work together?
Yes, we did.
What type of contact did you have with her?
We would see each other passing at work because she still worked for Blessing Hospital. And every once in a while, we would send a text just checking on each other.
Was there a time that you saw her in passing at work one time at Blessing Hospital where she talked with you about the divorce?
A lot of times.
I want to talk to you about one time in particular at the end of 2021, okay? And during that time, do you remember it being kind of cold outside?
Yes.
So fair to say it was probably sometime in winter of 2021.
Yes.
Did that time when you were passing in the hallway, did she give you some information about her ongoing divorce?
Yes.
Did she tell you in particular that she wanted to change the locks, but Tim wouldn't let her?
Yes.
Did she also tell you in that conversation that if anything ever happens to me, it was Tim?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
For the record, those statements was allowed allowed over objection of the defendant at a prior hearing. The court overruled the objection, and so the court would note that objection to that testimony, would again overrule that objection, and those statements will be admitted for the same reasons as the court gave previously. And then Ms. Schnock, you may inquire.
Thank you. Ma'am, what were the dates that you worked with Becky in the GI department?
I can't recall the exact dates. I got hired at the GI department on 2016, I believe.
Okay, and when did you leave the GI department?
I never left. I'm still there.
Do you remember when Becky left the GI department?
I can't recall.
Saw her at the GI department.
I can't recall the date on that.
And this conversation that you said you and Becky had together was sometime at the end of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And that was some time ago, correct?
Yes.
And that was when the parties were approximately a year into their divorce, a little bit less, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know Tim personally?
I do not.
Have you ever met Tim personally?
I have a couple of times. There was a birthday party we went to.
And how long ago was that?
I can't remember.
Okay. No other questions, Judge?
Anything further?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You may step down.
All right, thank you.
Then is she released?
We would release her, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Ma'am, you're free to go.
That's why we pan up when a witness is released and we're not supposed to show.
Next
because
witness.
they walk in front of the camera.
People would call Rebecca Becky Spots to the stand.
Rebecca Becky Spots? Is that what I heard? It's a girl with two first names. Rebecca Becky. Glad we hear the paper shuffling. The testimony we got was basically that the victim had told this witness that something happens, it would be your husband. That was it. And all this testimony has been objected to.
And be sworn by the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony may give in the cause nothing before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth and help of God.
And if you'll come around here and have a seat right here in this chair.
Cachette, you're green. I think you were green before. This might be month 2 of being green.
And if you'll scoot up kind of to the table to where you're comfortable, and then bend that microphone so it's in front of you and speak towards the microphone, please. You may inquire.
Can you tell me your name?
Becky Spots.
Okay, I'm going to have to ask you to scoot up just a little bit more. All right.
Let's try it again. Can you tell me your name?
Becky Spots.
Everybody here okay? Becky, I'm going to ask you to try to do it one more time because I think some people are still having a hard time.
Okay. Becky Spots. Better. Okay.
Ms. Spots, do you live in Quincy?
I do.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a speech language pathologist at Blessing Hospital.
In that role in Blessing Hospital, Did you develop a friendship with an individual that you knew as Becky or Rebecca Postal?
I actually met Becky more than 10 years ago through CrossFit, but yes, we were friends at the hospital as well.
You said you knew her through CrossFit?
Yes.
Did you become friends with her?
Yes.
Were you, in fact, friends on social media accounts?
Yes.
Is one of those social media accounts where you and Becky were friends was one of those Facebook?
Yes.
Were you familiar with Becky's Facebook page?
I was.
Did you see her posts on a regular basis?
Yes.
Did you see pictures that she would post of herself and her children?
Yes.
Did you message with Becky over Facebook?
I did, yes.
More than once?
Several times, yes.
When you would message with Becky over Facebook, would she share things with you?
Yes.
Share information that only Becky would know?
Yes.
Tell you stories about her kids, what was going on in her life?
Yes.
Is that all fair to say?
Yes.
I'm hearing paper and pens. I don't hear any gum chewing right now.
I'm going to hand you 2 pages of an exhibit. They're both marked.
Typing as well. Keyboard clap.
5. I'm going to ask you to look at those and tell me when you've had a chance to look at those.
Okay.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
Are those messages that were sent to you by your friend Rebecca Becky Postal?
Yes.
Did you receive those on June 4th of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask, again, pursuant to the court's previous ruling, that People's Exhibit 75 be introduced in evidence.
Over objection, 75 will be admitted for the same reasons as stated pre-trial. You may then publish them.
Part of the problem is we've had to boost the audio so we can hear the volume of the counsel.
At the top of the screen, do you see a name on that Facebook Messenger?
Yes, Becky's.
And do you see a picture?
Yes.
And who's it a picture of?
It's Becky.
Becky
Bliefnick.
And is that a picture that you're familiar with?
Yes.
Was it a picture that was on Becky's Facebook?
Yes.
On June 4th, 2021 at 6:59 a.m., did you receive the following message from Becky Bliefnick? I'm wanting to never have my children around them alone ever again.
Yes.
And in that message, was it clear to you that she was referring to the defendant's father?
Yes. Right. Yes. Mm-hmm.
In that same message on June 4th, 2021, did she tell you, it has gotten to the point that I even hate going to work for fear he will secretly take off with the kids and I won't see them for a long time or ever?
Yes.
Did that conversation continue?
Yeah, we had multiple conversations about that, yes.
And did she say this to you? I truly believe Tim has serious mental health problems, and he is becoming more vengeful and unpredictable, and it scares me. But I'm scared to even try to get an order of protection because it will piss him off, and he will try to punish me somehow. And I don't think an order of protection will be issued because they will say his violent outbursts have not been egregious enough and incidents have been stretched out over too long of a period. Temporary custody has not even been set yet because we haven't been to court. And I don't even have exclusive possession of our house, so I can't even legally keep him away from me or the kids. Plus, if I ask for an order of protection, I won't be able to come see my children at his house anymore, and he may cut off their communication with me while they are there. And that scares me too. Did she say that to you?
Yes.
Did she then say to you, it is a fucking nightmare?
Yes, she did.
Ms. Spots?
She did.
After receiving those messages, did you call the police on behalf of your friend of 10 years?
I did not.
Did you call anyone associated with law enforcement on behalf of your friend of 10 years?
No, I did not.
Did you call her parents?
I didn't know Becky's parents, no.
Did you call an attorney?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. That's all the questions I have.
Okay.
Ms. Schnock.
Thank you. Ms. Spots, I just have a few questions for you, okay? Your message, or these messages that were sent on June 4th, 2021, that was in relative short proximity to the time the divorce started, correct?
Correct. That's why I reached out to her on Facebook. For some reason, I'd lost her phone number in my phone. That's why I contacted her on Facebook, yeah.
And during this time in June of 2021, everything was up in the air with respect to who was going to have the boys and when, and,
Yes.
and who was going to live where and what. Nothing had been decided at that point, correct?
Correct.
And so that was unsettling.
Yes.
Okay. And as far as your involvement, you knew Tim prior to the divorce too, correct?
Yes.
And once the divorce has started, you became a lot closer with Becky, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you maintain your friendship with Tim, or did you distance yourself with Tim after the divorce was filed?
I didn't have a relationship with Tim.
To begin with?
Yeah. I mean, when we were at CrossFit, yeah, but
you did not know
since
him.
then, no.
Did you know him outside of CrossFit?
Yes.
Okay. Did you guys hang out socially?
No.
Okay. No other questions, Judge.
Okay.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
We would release Ms. Spots from her subpoena, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you are free to go. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the people would call Melissa Young.
Ma'am, if you'll step up to the front of the courtroom. All right, if you'd raise your right hand and be sworn by the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay, if you'll come around here and have a seat right here in this chair. And then kind of scoot up to the table to where you're comfortable, okay?
Okay.
And then bend that microphone up a little bit so it's in front of you. And then speak towards the microphone, please.
Okay.
All right,
Thank
you may
you.
inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you tell us your name, ma'am?
Melissa Young.
Ms. Young, how are you employed?
I'm a nurse.
Did you know Becky Bliefnick?
Yes, I worked with her, and she was also one of my job shadow at Blessing. Sorry.
I'm sorry. You have to tell me what you mean by job.
It's okay. I was a nurse in the baby field, and she shadowed me for many shifts. Sorry.
And you said that you later worked with her when she actually became a nurse. When was that?
Oh, goodness. It's been almost 3 to 4 years ago now.
Did you, on January 5th, 2023, run into Becky?
Yes.
And where was that at?
TJ Maxx.
You guys just happened to see each other one day at TJ Maxx on that day?
Yes.
When you saw her, tell us, how did Becky appear to you at that time?
She looked very mentally and emotionally exhausted, nothing like I used to see her. She was really in hopes to, get the divorce over with and stuff.
Did you talk about the divorce that she was going through?
In great detail, yes.
During those discussions about the divorce, did Becky tell you that she felt as though Tim could snap at any moment?
Yes.
Timothy's the one closest to the camera.
Did she also tell you that she had found out that Tim was hiding money?
Yes.
And did she actually show you screenshots on her phone of how she had found that out?
Yes.
Did she also tell you that Tim had told her, "You'll be dead before you have any of my money"?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, those statements were allowed over the objection of the defendant pre-trial. The court would again overrule that objection, and for the same reasons the court stated pre-trial, and then Ms. Schnock, you may cross.
We might have to look at that pre-trial.
Did Becky tell you when that statement was made that you're not going to get away with my money?
No, I don't have a specific date on that.
And do you know Tim personally?
No.
Okay, so you're not friends with him?
No.
You do not hang out socially?
No.
Have you ever met him before?
No.
And prior to January 5th, 2023, when would have been the last time you would have seen her prior to that date?
About 3 years prior.
3 years prior?
Mm-hmm.
So you had not seen Becky for 3 years prior to January 5th, 2023, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then she unloads on you in the middle of TJ Maxx about her divorce.
Yes.
You didn't find that odd?
I did find it odd.
Okay.
She asked for prayers. She knew I was a believer.
No other questions, Judge?
Any other questions?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, you may step down.
If I were the judge, I would
Release from
ban
her subpoena.
Yes, Your
quick
Honor, thank
pens.
you.
You're free to go, ma'am.
People would call Amanda Keck.
We're burning through witnesses. I think there were like 51 on the list, if I remember somebody mentioning that. All the lawyers are at the same table, both prosecution and defense. They sit at the same table, sort of cozy up to each other. On the far side, the two are prosecutors. The next two are defense, and then the final one closest to us, the final individual, is the defendant.
Ma'am, if you'll step up to the front of the courtroom. And then raise your right hand and be sworn by the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in a cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you'll come around here and have a seat right here.
The defendant was once on Family Feud and gave an answer about
Scoot up to the table to where
being a
you're
mistake to
comfortable
say
and
"I
bend the
do" at your
microphone
wedding.
in front of you and speak towards
That's
the
the only
microphone,
connection.
please. You may inquire.
Can you tell me your name?
Amanda Keck.
Be a little closer to that microphone.
Sorry.
All right, one
Here we
more
go.
time.
Amanda Keck.
There we go. Ms. Keck, what do
She's
you
also a
do
nurse.
for a living?
I am the records supervisor at Quincy Police Department.
As record supervisor, do you and other individuals in that records room also answer phones for the police department from time to time?
We do.
On February 10th, 2023, at around 9:30 a.m., was there a phone call that came into the Quincy Police Department?
Yes, there was.
Who actually answered that phone in the records department?
Our receptionist.
And is her name Lynn Mann?
It is, yes.
When she answered it, did she answer it on the handset or did she put it on speaker?
It was on speakerphone. She was training.
Did you hear the conversation at that point?
I could, yes.
Did the voice on the other end of the line identify themselves?
They did.
What did they say?
He said, "My name is Tim Bliefnick."
After saying that his name was Tim Bliefnick, did he say why he was calling the police department?
He did. He said he had a gun that he needed to return to his ex-wife.
Did he go on to say why he was calling the police because he had a gun that he needed to return to his ex-wife?
He did. He said that he did not want to give it to that crazy bitch.
After he said that I don't want to give it to that crazy bitch, what was done with the phone call?
The phone call was transferred to the watch commander.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Ms. Schnock.
Thank you. Ms. Keck, it was not specified during this conversation what type of firearm Tim was attempting to return to his ex-wife, correct?
That is correct.
So if it was a CZ or a Luger or an AR, that was never discussed between you and Tim, correct?
That's correct.
He was simply asking for assistance in returning a firearm to Becky.
That is correct.
Okay. No other questions?
Any redirect?
He didn't call her Becky, did he?
He said ex-wife.
And he called her a crazy bitch.
That is correct.
That's all the questions I have.
All right. You may step down.
Thank you.
Wow.
People would call Shannon Hilkington.
I have. Okay.
through witnesses. We only have a couple minutes
You'll
left.
step to the front of the courtroom,
Maybe
raise your right
last
hand and be sworn.
officer.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Okay. Come around here and have a seat right here. Scoot up to the table and bend the microphone down. You may inquire.
Can you tell me your name, please?
Shannon Pilkington.
Mr. Pilkington, what do you do for a living?
I'm a lieutenant for the Quincy Police Department.
How long have you done that?
As lieutenant, about a year.
Lieutenant Pilkington, as a lieutenant, were you in the Quincy Police Department on February 10th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.?
Yes, I man the watchmaner's office.
What's a watchman?
The watchmaner's in charge of the patrol shift, so I get computer screens in front of me. I make sure where my officers are. So I basically run the shift for the day and answer the phones.
Did you get a phone call, or was a phone call transferred to you at around 9:30 a.m. on February 10th, 2023?
Yes, phone call was transferred to me from the records department.
Did you talk to the person on the phone?
The person on the phone, yes, he identified himself as Tim Bliefnick.
Did he tell you why he was calling? What was the purpose of his call?
He said he had a court order to give his soon-to-be ex-wife a gun.
Did he describe in that conversation the divorce?
Yeah, he said it was brutal and contentious.
Did he tell you why, under the court order, he felt like he now needed to provide the gun?
That she had proof that she had a gun safe now to put the gun into.
He said that she had proof that she had a gun safe?
Yes.
And she had provided proof?
Yes.
Did he tell you why he was asking the police department to be involved in this return of that firearm?
He did not want to do a face-to-face handing of the gun to her because he did not feel safe.
Did he in fact say he was scared of what she might do if he met with her face-to-face?
Yes, he did.
At that point, did you tell him that it was not feasible for the police department to be involved in the return of the weapon?
Correct.
And the phone calling?
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have.
Questions, Ms. Schnock?
Was the type of gun that Mr. Bliefnick attempting to return to Ms. Bliefnick specified during that conversation?
It was not.
Okay, so whether he was trying to return a CZ or a Luger or an AR or any other firearm, you have no idea what that would be?
I don't know what type of gun. He did not say.
Okay. And he did indicate that he was attempting to fulfill an obligation under a court order?
Yes, he was.
And was it just simply asking if QPD could assist him with that?
That is correct.
Okay. No other questions, Judge?
No further questions?
Nothing else here.
You may step
down. Thank you, Your Honor.
Melissa, we might, if you're up for it, we might love to have you pop in and take a look during court one day.
Jones, that's all we had scheduled for today.
Judge, I added witnesses to the witness list to try to avoid this, and once again, I failed. So,
well, actually, I look at it that we're doing a terrific job because we're getting the witnesses taken care of. But first, I want to, before we adjourn, I want to explain something to the jury because you may have questions. As you notice, there were several times when we allowed evidence, and I made reference to objections that were made pre-trial to evidence. There are some things that we must hear before the trial to determine if evidence is going to be admitted, and objections are made to that evidence. We had a full hearing, or hearings actually, on different evidence prior to trial, and the court made rulings as to that evidence. Some of the evidence was admitted, some of the evidence was not admitted. The evidence that was admitted is being presented to you in court. Evidence that the court did not admit then cannot be presented in open court. And so when the court made reference to admitting evidence that there had previously been an objection to, the court was making reference to that prior hearing so that we did not have to argue the objection each time as to each piece of evidence. So if you're somewhat confused about that, it was admitted after a hearing, and you should consider only evidence that was presented in court, and you should disregard, or you shouldn't consider whether or not a certain piece of evidence was admitted or not admitted. And so I would just try and inform you as to that so you're not confused as to why we went about the procedure that we did to not argue those objections. They had previously been stated, and we argued them previously. And then with that, I would tell you that we are finished for today. You may go about your regular business, and I would admonish you that you should not do any independent investigation or research on any subject or person relating to the case. What you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence. This includes any press, radio, or television programs.
It's giving them the daily admonition before they go home to not pay attention to anything else, not to talk to people about this. As he does this, I will tell you, this was the end of the, not yesterday, but the day before. So we have the beginning of yesterday's video. Now, that video does have some of crime scene pictures. The crime scene pictures that they showed, I believe, some of the same pictures as before. If I'm doing this right, Adam, I know you brought it up. I'm liking the one feed better than the other. I pre-screened it, and the images I did not show before are being shown again. Specifically, the images of the victim on the ground and the torn pants or the cut pants are shown in detail. It's blurred out. So it's just blurred, but there's going to be some discussion about that in this next video, just to let you know, and some explanation a little bit. These weren't necessarily chaps; they were possibly modified because of a health concern after surgery. So that's where we are there. Judge is still talking.
Or your thoughts about it on any device or internet site, including blogs,
He's
chat
reading
rooms,
from a
or
scroll
any social networking
found near the
websites
Dead
such as
Sea
Twitter, Facebook,
on
or
rules for
any
jurors.
other means. You cannot use any electronic devices or services to communicate about this case, including cell phones, smartphones, laptops, the internet, or any other tools of technology. The use of any such devices or services in connection with your duties is prohibited. And then, ladies and gentlemen, if you could be in the jury assembly room by 10 till 9 tomorrow morning, and we will get started right at 9, all right? And you are excused.
All right, so they're done for the day. We're going to go right here while we get everything ready for the next video. Do you guys want to go to lunch first and then start the next video? The next video is 2 hours long. So we can either do a lunch break, like a half-hour lunch break or something. I'm not sure what you're feeling. Or we can start this and just work through lunch. I know a lot of you guys are eat or do go about your work all throughout the day, and the break is not good for you. So I'll let you... Car alarm going off outside. So we have the next video. We're ready. This is not being aired live. The judge will not allow us to see it live, but we are getting it delayed. Lunch break. Go, says Wendy. It's only 11:30. Too early for lunch. Either way is good. I'm eating now. Okay. Let's get the lunch. I might step out and grab a sandwich, and we're going to play the video. I eat while I'm watching. That sounds like a deal. No lunch break. Okay. We're working through lunch. No, you don't get to clock out. Get back to work, everybody. Hang on. Give me a second to get the video ready. We need some music. What's some good, let's see. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. Let me get the video ready for you. All right, I think we're ready. Here we go. Let's hit it. Just kidding. Here we go. I don't need this one. I can just do this one right there. Give you a little more room. All right, I think we have everything edited out of this one too. So we are underway. Now this is yesterday morning.
Back on the record on 23 CF 170, People versus Timothy Bliefnick. Mr. Bliefnick appears in person along with his counsel, Ms. Casey Schnock. People appear by Assistant State's Attorneys Josh Jones and Laura Keck, and we are ready to start or continue with the trial today. And ladies and gentlemen,
people are honking all over in front of my house. I'm going to check out what's up.
Give you the cell phone admonishment again. You're allowed to have cell phones in the courthouse. If you are in the courtroom, those cell phones must be turned off and they must be stored out of sight. If your cell phone goes off while you're in the courthouse, or if security sees you with your cell phone or other device out, they will ask you to leave, and then you will not be allowed back in until the next day.
Okay, so no cell phones,
that
people.
That does not include media. Media is allowed
Oh,
to have
we're good.
their devices out and using those devices. However, I ask the media to wear their ID tags so that security will know that you are a part of media and they will not hassle you. And then after giving that admonishment, Mr. Jones, is there anything we need to bring up?
There's a kids field trip outside. They're walking by from the house. They're having all the cars honk.
Earlier, we need to add one. That would be People's 242. And basically, Your Honor, the Aldi bag pieces that were taken from 2528 Kentucky Road, they're actually two separate exhibits, 241 and 242.
Okay. And then anything else, Mr. Jones?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Schnock?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then let's bring in the jury.
Bring the jury. Yeah, so the kids are walking by and they're having every car honk as it goes by. So everyone's honking, and they're single file, and it's like 7 classes in a row, like kindergartens for miles. And so that's all the cars are honking as they drive by my house. The good thing about watching this a little faster is we get yoga breaks more often. So I'm anticipating another yoga break, maybe in the next hour or so, which will be good. Congratulations, Eileen. I just remembered. Oops. Congratulations on 33 years. Just don't let the bailiff see, and you're good. Look at that sigh. Defense soul just left the body.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are continuing with the prosecution's case in chief, and they are presenting their evidence. And Mr. Jones, do you have a witness to call?
Your Honor, the people would call Gary Collins.
Sir, if you'll step up to the front of the courtroom. And then raise your right hand and be sworn by the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Okay, if you'll come around here and have a seat right here in this chair. Right, and then kind of scoot up to the table to where you're comfortable, and then bend that microphone so it's in front of you, and please speak towards the microphone. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you tell us your name, please?
Gary Collins.
Mr. Collins, where do you live?
I live in Ohio right now.
Did you, before you lived in Ohio, live somewhere else?
Yes, I lived in Indiana.
Based on the time that you lived in Indiana, did you know two individuals by the name of Becky and Tim Bliefnick?
Yes.
Do you see Tim Bliefnick here in court today?
Yes, I do.
Could you tell us where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
He's sitting by the blonde lady, and he has a gray, looks like a gray shirt on.
Your Honor, if the witness has, if the record can reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, please.
The record will reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Tell us how you knew Becky and Tim Bliefnick.
Tim and I worked together at Quincy Recycle in New Haven, Indiana.
After Becky and Tim moved to Quincy, you later moved to Ohio. Did you keep in contact off and on with Becky and Tim?
Yes, I did.
And specifically, did you keep in contact with Becky Bliefnick over your phone?
Yes, I did.
Did you have her contact information saved in your phone?
Yes, I did.
How was that saved in your phone?
Becky Bliefnick.
When you spoke with Becky Bliefnick over the phone with that contact, did you recognize the voice?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the same person that you knew in person as Becky Bliefnick?
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of the ongoing divorce proceedings between Becky and Tim, did you have conversations with Becky?
Yes, ma'am.
During those conversations, did Becky tell you that she believed that Tim was hiding money and not showing all of the assets he had?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also have a conversation in June or July of 2022 with Becky?
Yes, ma'am.
During that conversation, did she tell you that she did not want Tim's dad to be around their boys?
Yes, ma'am.
Did there also come a time during that June or July of 2022 conversation where Becky became emotional?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me how she was.
She was distraught. You could tell she was crying enormously. She was crying really bad.
During that time while she was crying and distraught, did she say to you, if anything ever happens to me, it was Tim?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you tell her when she said that?
I told her that Tim wouldn't do it.
Mr. Collins, at the time, you were actually a police officer in Ohio, is that correct?
No, it was in Indiana.
I'm sorry. Did you do a police report?
No, ma'am.
Did you contact Becky's attorney?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell Becky to get help?
I told her to get a protective order.
Did you contact anyone on her behalf?
No, ma'am.
Do you wish that you would have?
Very much so.
Thank you, Your Honor. No other questions.
The court has allowed at least part of that testimony over the objection of defense counsel. That objection was made pre-trial. The court overruled that objection. The court considers that objection and overrules that objection for the same reasons that the court did pre-trial. And then Ms. Schnock, you have questions?
Yes, Mr. Collins, I just have a few questions for you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you consider Becky a close friend of yours?
She was a acquaintance.
Okay, an acquaintance.
Yes.
When was the last time you would have seen her personally?
We went to a Christmas party. It's been years.
Several years?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was the last time you would have seen Tim?
The last time I went and picked up the car, it was probably 5 to 6 years ago.
Okay. Would you and Becky talk about things other than the divorce?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your response to Becky when she said, if anything happens to me, it was Tim, you told Becky that Tim wouldn't do it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And during your conversations, was there a lot of venting going on about the parties' divorce?
Yes, ma'am.
No other questions, Judge?
Any questions?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, you may step down. And then is he released from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. just, you're free to go, sir. All right, thank you.
It's interesting
Call your
'cause I
next
believe the
witness.
objection
Your
is
Honor, the
probably
people would call Jared Evans.
Jared Evans, similar to the objection must have been similar to what the one Mark Jensen had about Julie Jensen's letter coming in. It's a very similar statement by someone who's deceased, who they're not allowed to question. But I guess it's a statement instead of a. I guess some of it's written because it's text. Interesting. I don't know. I'll have to dig into what the pretrial ruling was on this. I think we do have some
Sir,
pretrial
if
video
you'll
on
step
this.
up to the front of the courtroom, please. And if you would raise your right hand and be sworn by the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay. If you'll come around here and have a seat right here in this chair. And then kind of scoot up to the table to where you're comfortable and bend that microphone up so it's in front of you, and please speak towards the microphone. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell us your name, please?
Jared Evans.
Mr. Evans, how are you employed?
I work at Quincy Farm Products.
During your time at Quincy Farm Products, did you have an employee by the name of Tim Bliefnick?
I did.
I think he's wearing
Were you
the
basically Mr.
company
Bliefnick's
shirt.
boss?
Yes.
How long did Mr. Bliefnick work for you at Quincy Farm Products?
I don't know right off the top of my head, but like probably close to 3 years.
During that time, did you have regular conversations with Mr. Bliefnick?
Yes.
During that time, would you talk to Mr. Bliefnick, or would he talk to you about working out?
Yes.
Was that something he did regularly based on his comments to you?
Yes.
With working at Quincy Farm Products, is that something where people are sometimes allowed to work remotely?
Yes.
Was Tim Bliefnick one of the people allowed to work remotely?
Yes, he was.
Was he also assigned a specific laptop?
Yes.
That laptop that he is specifically assigned, does he share that with other employees?
No.
When a laptop is provided to a person such as Mr. Bliefnick, is it a brand new laptop?
Yes, it is.
So nobody else has used it at that time?
That's correct.
When did you give Mr. Bliefnick his most recent laptop?
Estimation of 2021 sometime in the year.
Were you contacted by the Quincy Police Department and asked to obtain Mr. Bliefnick's work laptop from him?
Yes, it was.
Was that obtained from his residence on Hampshire Street?
Yes, it was.
Not yet on the gun. We haven't seen that yet.
Mr. Evans, I'm going to have Mr. Jones here open what has been marked as People's Exhibit 215.
Your Honor, do I have permission of the court to break the seal and open that, please?
You do. And the record should reflect that Mr. Jones is using a pair of scissors to cut open the paper of the exhibit.
Right in front of the microphone.
Mr. Evans, Mr. Jones is holding up a laptop in his hands. Is that the laptop that was assigned to Tim Bliefnick?
Yes.
Was that the specific laptop that you went to his residence at 1641 Hampshire Street and collected directly from Tim Bliefnick?
Yes.
That was collected after Becky Bliefnick had been murdered, is that correct?
Correct.
After you collected it from Tim Bliefnick, did you provide it to detectives with the Quincy Police Department?
Yes, I did.
You did not open it?
Did not.
Did not do anything with that?
No, did not.
Do you see Tim Bliefnick here in court today?
I do.
Could you tell us where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
Kind of a brown pullover at the end of the bench there.
Your Honor, I ask that the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
The record shall reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Your Honor, I ask that People's Exhibit 215 be admitted into evidence, please.
Any objection, Ms. Schnock?
No, Your Honor.
It will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. No other questions.
Sounds like a potato chip
Questions,
bag.
Ms. Schnock?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Evans, I just have a few questions for you, okay?
Yep.
Did Tim ever work for you in any other capacity at Quincy Recycle?
Yes.
Okay, and when was that?
I would have to, you want me to give you some estimations of what I think I remember? Or,
That would be fine.
yeah, maybe 2004-ish, maybe 5-ish, somewhere right in there through 2011 or 12-ish, somewhere in there.
All right, and was this current position that he had with you the first position where he was given the latitude to work from home?
Yes.
Okay, and did that start in 2021?
It really started with the day that he came to work for Quincy Farm Products, which I'd have to give you his date. His
Okay.
start date, I don't know the exact.
All right, so he's always had the latitude to do that with you,
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
And he did not start off working in an office and then move over to working remotely, correct?
Correct.
And was he still working remotely in February of 2023?
Correct.
Okay. And the week of Rebecca's death, was there anything unusual with respect to the business activity that you were aware that Tim was doing?
No.
He wasn't asking off for work?
He did not.
Okay. He was not asking for a leave of absence for any particular reason?
No.
He was not missing meetings?
No.
He was not showing up late to work meetings or events or anything like that?
No.
Did he seem stressed or any more distressed than you had already seen him to be during that time?
No.
No other questions, Judge?
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You may step down.
Hey, Dodie, are you saying there's a new report?
Relation from his subpoena, Your Honor.
Ms. Schnock?
No objection.
All right. You're free to go.
Dodie, are you saying there's a new report for Sarah Boone? We've covered all the old stuff. I know there was a hearing yesterday where they held the date, and they said they're going to keep it the same. Sarah Boone was in court with her lawyer. Both of them were there. But we've been following this one for 6 months.
People would call
Followed all
Mark
the
Sheftick.
reports.
I didn't say that.
I'm sorry, who?
Mark Sheftick.
I've chosen not to do slurpy sounds when the judge drinks, just because we get enough ASMR already. But I'm tempted. I still am.
Sir, if you'll step up to the front of the courtroom.
Sarah Boone's trial date is still the 24th of July.
Raise your right hand.
Judges held that
by the
date.
clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in a cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Okay, and if you'll step around here and have a
Interesting
seat
voice.
right here in this chair.
This is in Illinois. We're in the state of Illinois, Quincy, Illinois.
And then kind of scoot up to the table to where you're comfortable and bend that microphone so it's in front of you and speak towards the microphone, please. You may inquire.
Can you tell me your name, please?
My name is Mark, M-A-R-K, Sheftick, S-H-E-F-T-I-C-K.
Now, what, it sounds like you've done this before. What do you do for a living?
I work for the Illinois State Police in the Digital Crimes Unit. I'm a digital forensic examiner.
What is a digital forensic?
Laptop guy.
Our jobs are to, we receive in digital evidence from investigators that will submit to our office, and then we will process that evidence for anything of evidentiary value to investigators.
In layman's terms, they give you computers and cell phones, and you get information off of computers and cell phones?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get any special training for that, any certifications to know how to do those things?
Yes, I've received about 600 hours of training and have gotten a certification from the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, which is the BCFE. It is the Basic Computer Forensic Examiner.
And how long have you been a digital forensic examiner?
I've been doing this job for about 6 years come July.
I want to talk to you in a general sense. about how that process works. Let's say, for example, a police officer or a detective gives you a computer and asks you to download the files from that computer for him so that he can examine them. How do you do that? What do you do?
So to start with, it will have been submitted to our office and will be in our vault. So I will receive the evidence from our vault custodian. I'll open the evidence packaging. I'll typically examine the device and record any information like manufacturer, model of the device, serial numbers that might be external. And then for computers especially, we'll remove the storage device, a hard drive or a solid state drive that might be internal. And then I will connect that to something known as a write blocker, which is a physical device that will prevent any data from being written back to the evidence.
When you say, I'm going to stop you there. So you say a write blocker and it prevents information being written back to the hard drive or the solid state drive?
Yes.
Tell me what that means.
So if our job is to examine the data on the device, when you hook up hard drives to computers, normally the operating system will write data to that drive. It's trying to record what the drive is and then register it to its own system. So we will use write blockers to prevent data from being written to the drive. We don't want to alter any data on the evidence. We just want to make a copy that we then will examine later.
If I was using a different type of evidence, let's say it's a physical piece of evidence, would it be like wearing gloves when you're touching the physical evidence, so you're putting DNA or fingerprints on that physical piece of evidence?
That would be a similar type activity, yes.
In this case, were you given a computer and asked to download the information off that computer?
Yes, I was.
And you told us you would have attached it to a write blocker that would prevent information being written onto it. Is that right?
Correct.
After you attach it to a write blocker, tell me how you download that information. Is there a program that you use, or what steps do you use to get the information off of that computer?
We have several programs that we use. In this case, I used a program by a company named Magnet, and the program itself was Axiom, A-X-I-O-M, and it is a forensic software suite that can read data from devices connected to a write blocker and then process them through for the information that we can then export out in a package that we can give to our investigators.
And did you do that in this case? You attached the computer to the write blocker to that Axiom, is that right? That
Yes.
Axiom program, and then the Axiom program downloaded that information, you put it on a hard drive and provided that hard drive to the Quincy Police Department.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been introduced in evidence as People's Exhibit 215, and I'll show it to you first in the bag. Are there some markings on that you know that this was something that you examined?
Yes, when I sealed the packaging up after examination, I included my initials and my ID number.
And I'm going to take out what was in 215. Is that the computer that you were asked to examine?
It appears to be, yes.
After you attached it to the write blocker in the Axiom program, did you confirm that both the write blocker and the Axiom program were working appropriately, doing what they were supposed to do?
Yes, the reports generated by the program will use a value called a hash value, which is a mathematical algorithm that takes a large set of data and condenses it down to a much smaller value. And so it compares the original to the acquisition. And if they match, then we know that it's a valid acquisition.
And in this case, did that match?
Yes.
And was it therefore a valid acquisition?
Yes.
After you confirmed that it was a valid acquisition, did you then put that information on a hard drive that could be provided to the Quincy Police Department to examine?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I have in my hand People's 162. If I could approach the witness.
You may.
On People's 162, it's an exhibit number, lab number of 227, and it says one sealed envelope with verbatim store and go 1 terabyte external hard drive. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, that's the description of the drive.
And Your Honor, if I could have permission to open that and show him the hard drive.
You may.
And again, for the record, I'm just cutting open the packaging that that hard drive is included in. And does that appear to be the hard drive that you would have put that information in?
Yes, it appears to be.
And in fact, just a few days ago, did we have a meeting over Zoom where we opened that hard drive with you and showed you the files that were on the hard drive?
Yes.
And were those in fact the files that you put on there?
Yes.
I want to be specific on this hard drive. There are multiple files on this hard drive, correct?
Correct.
Specifically in this regard, the information that you put on this hard drive that relates to this laptop is under exhibit number 47, is that correct?
Yes.
So if you open up this hard drive and you look for exhibit 47, that's where the information from this laptop is found.
Yes.
And there's some other information on this that relates to a cell phone that we'll talk about with a different witness, fair to say?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would ask that People's 162 be admitted into evidence at this point, Your Honor.
Ms. Schnock, any objection?
No.
The court is going to admit 162 that contains the exhibit number 47. The court will admit that. If there's other information on there, we need a foundation for that.
I apologize, Your Honor, we're only talking about exhibit 47 on 160.
Okay.
That's
that will be admitted.
Sorry, I do have one more set of questions. That information, you looked at some of the information on that computer, is that right?
Yes.
Do you know what UTC time is?
Yeah, it stands for Universal Time Code.
I'm going to stop you there because yesterday we got this really long explanation of UTC. Is UTC
We got that.
-6 to get to Quincy time, Central time?
It is.
If it's not daylight savings.
Yeah. Daylight savings is when it shifts.
But that's what it is. UTC time -6 gets to Quincy time specifically for February 23rd if it's not in daylight savings time, correct?
Yes.
The files on that computer are in, or some of them are in UTC time, is that correct?
Yes.
Some of them are not, and you can look at the files to determine what's on UTC time and what's not.
Yes.
And it's clear on those files which ones are in UTC and which ones are not, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, that's all the questions I have.
Cross, Ms. Schnock.
Thank you, sir. I just have a few questions for you, okay? When you did your specific, I guess, data dump in this matter, were you given any specific direction or parameters on what to pull off of that computer?
No, for an acquisition, it pulls everything on the drive. It's called a bit-for-bit copy, so it should be every bit of data on the storage device will come off to the acquisition.
Okay, so essentially you're making a copy of everything that was on the device given to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and it's a digital copy?
Yes.
Fair, okay. No other questions, Judge?
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
It's a
And
digital
I believe you're
drive.
free to go. Mr. Jones, is he free to go?
He is. I think he's given our next witness a ride back, though, so we should probably wait.
Please don't leave yet.
Well, that's up to you, sir.
The designated driver for the next witness. Oh my goodness. Is that a concern that they wrote
People
together?
would call Kip Bauman to the stand.
I'm guessing they probably work together or know each other. We're all carpooling down to court today. Any other witnesses? We've got room for 2 more. Your Honor, please don't release him yet, Your Honor. Can you hold him for like 30 minutes? 30 minutes. Oh, man.
Sir, if you could step up to the front of the courtroom,
You
please.
can't make this stuff up.
And then raise your right hand and be sworn by the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. If you'll come around here and have a seat right here in this chair. And then scoot up to the table to where you're comfortable and bend that microphone so it's in front of you and speak towards the microphone, please. You may inquire.
Can you tell me your name?
Kip Bauman,
Can you spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Baumann.
Mr. Bauman, what do you do for a living?
I work for the Illinois State Police.
What do you do for the Illinois State Police?
I'm a digital forensic examiner.
Can you tell me, in your own words, what a digital forensic examiner is?
Or I should say, I extract cell phones, computers, DVRs, pull the information off, create a forensic image, and hand that off to an investigator.
People give you computers, cell phones, ask you to get the information off them. You do that and give them the information.
That is correct.
Let's talk in a general sense how you do that. Let's talk about just like a simple cell phone, flip phone, something like that. Have you done that before?
Yes, I have.
On a phone like that, how do you get the information off it?
I connected up to something similar to a gray key machine or a forensic computer, and using proprietary software, it extracts all the information, and then I run that through a processor and spit that out to the investigator.
He pushes two buttons. That's what he just said. He pushes two
The
buttons.
cell phone has a passcode. Does that make it more difficult to get the information off of it?
Yes, it does.
Explain that for me.
What the gray key machine will do is attempt a passcode about once a minute to every 10.5 minutes, depending upon the phone. And it's just a random set of numbers, anywhere from a 4-digit to a 6-digit number. And if it hits it, great. If not, it moves on to the next number.
So basically, the computer's trying every passcode, and if it gets one, great, and if not, it just keeps moving on.
That is correct.
Have you heard that called a brute force attack?
Yes, it is.
Still, he pushes two buttons. That's his whole
cell
job.
phone is, the more difficult it is for to get into. Is that right?
That is correct.
In this case, were you given a cell phone, specifically People's Exhibit 218, which has already been introduced into evidence? It is lab number 111. Were you given that cell phone?
Yes, I was.
What kind of cell phone is that?
I believe that's an iPhone 13, I think.
Was it passcode protected?
Yes, it was.
So if you don't have the passcode, you can't get onto that phone?
That is correct.
Did you have the passcode when you were first given that phone?
Not really, no.
In the course of your investigation, did you attach that phone to Gray Key to start that process?
Yes, I did.
In the course of your investigation, were you also given an iPad?
Yes.
And did you do the same thing with the iPad and attach that to the Gray Key brute force machine?
Yes.
The iPad was an older model?
Correct.
And when you attached it to Gray Key, were you successful in getting a passcode for that iPad?
Yes, I was.
When you got the number for that iPad, did you say, hey, let's give it a shot and see if it works on the phone?
Yes, quite a few times that a person will use the same passcode on multiple devices.
Did you use it on that phone?
Yes, I did.
Did that passcode work?
Yes, it did.
At which point you were able to get into the phone?
That is correct.
Once you get into the phone, tell me the process of how you download the information off of that phone.
Once I connect the phone, the unlocked phone, to the Gray Key device, it does its little magic stuff and spits out an exact image of what is on that phone.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there because magic little stuff. The magic little stuff, that's proprietary information that you've signed a non-disclosure agreement. Illinois State Police have signed a non-disclosure agreement with Gray Key where you are not allowed to disclose the magic stuff that it does to get that information.
That is correct.
But once it does its magic stuff, you get that information, what do you do with it?
Because what it pulls off are databases, relational databases, and images. We run that through a processor which links all those databases together. It puts them into a very nice user format and spits that out into a report.
And the report is then provided to the police, and the police look through the report to determine if there's anything relevant to this.
That is correct.
He says spits it out like 4 times now.
If there's anything relevant, that's not your job.
That is not my job at this point, no.
I just pushed the 2 buttons.
I apologize, should have asked this before. I assume you've gotten some specialized training to do this?
Yes, I am.
Can you describe that for us?
I am certified as a Gray Key operator. I'm also certified as a Celebrite physical analyzer and Celebrite operator.
In this case, after you were given that iPhone, that lab exhibit 111. Did you do all those steps?
Yes, I did. I ran it through, I used Gray Key to pull the information off, then I used a Celebrite Physical Analyzer to make it look pretty, and then gave that report off to the investigator.
Did you confirm that both the Gray Key and the Celebrite Physical Analyzer were working appropriately, doing what they were supposed to do?
Yes.
And is that a bit-for-bit extraction? In other words, anything on the cell phone is transferred to that report?
Yes, it is.
Once it is transferred to that report, you put that report on a hard drive?
Yes, I do.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
If I can approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked People's Exhibit 162. On the cover, it says verbatim store and go 1 terabyte external hard drive containing portable case files. And I'll take that out.
That appears to be the hard drive I put everything on.
And in fact, a few days ago, did you have a Zoom meeting with myself and Ms. Cackins, the detective at the Quincy Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And did we open up that hard drive and show you the files on the hard drive?
Yes, you did.
And was one of those files specifically exhibit number 111? That's how it's listed on that hard drive.
Yes, it is.
And is that the download from People's Exhibit 218 that I previously showed you, this iPhone?
Yes, it is.
And again, we confirmed that that was the same report that you generated. Correct?
That is correct, yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that People's Exhibit 162, specifically Exhibit 111, that file on this hard drive, be admitted into evidence.
Ms. Schnock, any objection?
No.
That will be admitted, specifically Exhibit 111 on People's Exhibit 162. You may proceed.
Were you also given People's Exhibit 216? It's lab number 2. Were you given that phone as well?
Yes, I was.
And did you perform those same steps that you've already shared with us on the other exhibit, on this exhibit as well?
Yes, I was given the passcode for that phone up front, though, so.
Easier on this phone.
It was easier on that phone.
And once you did those
You only
same
had to push
steps,
one button
did you then
on the
put
phone.
that information, that Cellbrite report, if you will, on a hard drive?
Yes, I did.
And again, I'm going to show you what's been marked People's Exhibit 217. It's a sealed envelope with computer accessory stored on a black drive. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
In fact, just a few days ago in that Zoom meeting, did we open up that hard drive for you as well? And did you confirm that the Cellbrite report from People's Exhibit 2, well, I apologize, People's Exhibit 216, Lab Item 2, is what's on this hard drive?
Yes, I did, yes.
And again, for the record, that's the only thing on this hard drive.
That is correct.
And once again, that was a complete and accurate copy of the information from the cell phone in this case.
Correct.
Your Honor, we'd ask that People's Exhibit 217 be introduced to the evidence.
Any objection, Ms. Schnock?
No.
217 will be admitted.
One last question, I apologize. On the cell phone data, did you look at any of that cell phone data at all?
No.
Thank you, that's all the questions I have.
He's like a safe cracker.
Yes,
He
sir, I
opens
just
up, he
have a
doesn't
few
look inside.
questions for you that won't take long. With respect to either extractions that you did, were there any specific parameters or instructions that you were given in what to look for, or was this just a general data dump off of the device?
Just a general data dump.
So anything that was on that device was then copied in electronic form onto another device for investigative purposes. Am I dumbing that down correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. No other questions, Judge?
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. And is he free to go?
Yes.
All right, you are free to go if you can find a ride.
If your driver's still here.
All right, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the people would call Michael Price.
Okay, and while we're waiting, if you want to stand
here
up
it
and
is.
stretch, you may do that.
Okay, we need new music. I need exercise music. There we go. Up and stretch. Work the shoulders. Ooh, got a good pop there out of my neck. That was nice. lift the feet up a little bit, up off the ground, so we get some blood flow going to the legs. The chair is nice. I'm not worried about that, but maybe see if I can get a back pop or two. Oh, there's one. Yeah, all right.
Thank you.
Sir, you can step up to the front of the courtroom, raise your right hand, be sworn by the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony may give in the cause no opinion before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing
This
but the
dude,
truth.
I swear he's wearing like a Grateful Dead t-shirt. Wait till he turns around.
Seat right here in this chair.
Please be right. Please be right. Please be right. It's got to be just some rock. Oh, it's a work shirt.
And
Bummer.
then scoot up to the table.
I thought for
where
sure
you're
it would be like a
comfortable.
band shirt or something.
And then bend that microphone so it's in front of you and speak towards the microphone, please.
Okay.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you tell us your name, please?
Michael Price.
Okay, you're going to have to scoot up more to the microphone. Okay.
Michael Price.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Price, how are you employed?
I work for United Systems.
Tell us what United Systems is.
We do a lot of, well, pretty much any low voltage work, fire, security alarms, camera work.
You said camera work. As part of what you do is provide surveillance cameras for homes or businesses if people want to have those installed.
Yeah, that's correct.
It's more free advertising for his company. He works for United
What
Services.
specifically do you
United
do for
Systems.
United Systems?
Well, we all do a variety of, we're not really locked into one particular thing.
Is one of the things that you do is install those surveillance systems?
Yes,
And do you also keep upkeep of those and monitor those for people?
yes,
Specifically, does United Systems have cameras installed at a residence at 224 South 20th Street here in Quincy, Adams County, Illinois?
that's correct.
Were you contacted by the Quincy Police Department to obtain some videos from that residence?
I was, yes.
And specifically, did they ask you to provide video for any video that was available from during a certain period in February of 2023 during the early morning hours, late evening hours during February of 2023?
Yeah, that's correct.
And specifically, did you provide them 3 separate videos from February 14th, 2023, February 21st, 2023, and February 22nd, 2023?
That's correct.
Mr. Price, I'm showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 80. Is that in here, the flash drive of what you provided the police with those videos?
That's correct.
When you looked at those videos, did it appear to be that the video was working correctly, capturing what was occurring during that time period?
Yeah, they were.
Was there one problem with the video?
Yeah, the time was off.
Specifically, did you determine that the time was actually showing 1 hour ahead?
That's correct.
So for example, if it showed 1:31, it's actually 12:31.
Right,
Other than that, was everything about the video working correctly?
yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that People's Exhibit 80 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
People's Exhibit number 80 will be admitted.
Your Honor, I have no other questions for Mr. Price. Thank you.
Dude needs a bonus.
Ms. Schrock, any questions?
Just a few, Mr. Price. I just have a few quick questions for you, if not less. Did you verify that the dates that were pulled off of the videos were accurate?
Yes,
Okay. And was this a private residence or a business that this video was pulled from?
a private residence.
And were you asked to assist in providing investigators with any other surveillance video from any other residence or business in the area?
No,
No other questions, Judge?
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
You may step down.
I'd be interested if the defendant's
Your Honor.
father
Thank
is on the
You're free
list.
to go.
We've talked about him a lot, but we don't know exactly why we've been talking about him yet. So I don't know if he's a witness or not.
Your Honor, the people would call Lynn Breeden.
Cloud Chaser song. I've got that on my laptop, not on my device. Good call, Weather Watch. Good call. If we were dual streaming right now, I'd have you play it.
If you'll step to the front of the courtroom, please. And then raise your right hand and be sworn by the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause and opinion before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, if you'll come around here and have a seat right here in this chair.
Ooh, it might be spicy. We don't get to see them. Let's see what's up.
And then kind of scoot up to that table to where you're comfortable and bend that microphone so it's in front of you and speak towards the microphone, please, all right?
Is the typing girl wearing a swoop?
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you tell us your name, please?
Lynn Breeden.
Okay, I'm going to need you to scoot up just a little.
Lynn Breeden.
Or not great microphones. Ms. Breeden, how are you employed?
I work at Quincy Public Schools.
What?
You can't hear her.
Okay.
Quincy Public Schools.
Pretty good. What do you do for Quincy Public Schools?
I'm the security secretary.
As the security secretary, do you ensure that all of the different video cameras that the Quincy Public Schools are working correctly and are assisting security with what they need?
Yes.
Specifically, does the Quincy Public Schools have a security camera located at the bus barn at 121 North 20th Street here in Quincy?
They do.
And does that security system camera run continuously?
Yes.
So it runs during the day and runs during the night?
Yes.
As part of the investigation, were you contacted by a school resource officer, Aaron Dush, to get certain security video from the bus barn, from that camera?
Yes.
Did she first ask you to get some video from February 22nd and February 23rd, 2023?
Yes.
That was several hours of video, correct?
It was.
Did she then ask you to get some additional video?
Yes.
Was that video, all video from midnight to 3 a.m. from March 13th, 2023, or I'm sorry, February 13th, 2023 to February 28th, 2023?
Yes.
When you viewed that video, were the cameras working correctly?
They were.
The video was accurately recording the area in front of the bus barn?
Yes.
Were the dates and times also correct on that video?
Yes.
Did they then also later ask you to provide a video from March 13th, 2023?
Yes.
And again, that video was also working correctly, is that right?
Yes.
Ms. Breeden, I'm showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 177. Does that contain multiple flash drives with all of the video you provided to the Quincy Police Department?
Yes.
This segment's sponsored by Apple.
177 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection, Ms. Schnock?
No, Your Honor.
People's Exhibit 177 will be admitted.
No other questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross, Ms. Schnock?
Thank you. Ma'am, I just have a few follow-up questions, okay? As far as the dates that you searched for, I just want to make sure I have those dates right, that you were asked to search for video between February 13th of 2023 as well as through February 28th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
Were you asked to check for video for any dates before February 13th of 2023?
No.
Were you asked to search for video for any dates after February 28th of 2023?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, and what you provided was simply
you
what
see the DA
UPD
going?
asked for, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't look for anything outside of those dates, correct?
No, I didn't.
And you were not asked to look for anything outside of those dates, correct?
Correct.
No other questions, Judge.
Redirect.
The DA was
Ms.
nodding
Breeden,
to her
I just
before
want to
she
clarify
answered.
one thing. The specific time period you were asked for was February 13th, 2023 to February 28th, 2023, but then they did later ask for a specific video from March 13th as well. Is that right?
He's nodding again.
It's been a while. I'm sorry. I can't recall that for
He's
sure.
nodding. He's telling her what to say.
No other questions, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Do you guys see that?
All right, is she free to go? Is she released?
She's released,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
ma'am, you are free to go. Thank you.
This is taking us back to the Jensen trial type thing. He's
Who would you
like
like
coaching the
next?
witness.
Can you approach? You may.
I believe they're telling the judge that the witness responded in a non-truthful way, that she doesn't remember.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our morning break right now. You will have approximately 20 minutes for your break. So if we'll take our break then to be refreshed for the next witness. And we will be in recess.
All right. Non-recess.
That's the wrong sound, sorry. All right, so we get a little bit of a break. 20-minute break. I'm not sure if we get to work our magic here or not. Let's see if we can wait for it. Are we going to sit here for 20 minutes? I forgot to check, so hold tight. I'd play the harp thing, but I'm not sure if it works like magic. But let's do it and hope it works. Ready? Did everyone wish? Oh, it worked. It works. Good job, guys.
All right. Council, be ready at 10 after the work. All right, because the next witness will be rather lengthy.
I believe the next witness will
Take the rest of the
probably be
day.
at least an hour, if not a little more.
Okay, we will be in recess.
It didn't work. We're going to have to try again. Everyone, at the same time, if we all close our eyes.
We are on the record on
It
23
worked.
CF 170, People versus Timothy Bliefnick. Mr. Bliefnick appears in person and with counsel, Ms. Casey Schnock. People appear by Assistant State's Attorneys Josh Jones and Laura Keck. And Ms. Keck, anything we need to bring up before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Schnock?
No.
All right, then let's bring in the jury.
Bring the jury. We wished upon a star and it worked. So we're now in yesterday's video. We're getting to lunchtime yesterday. I have not seen yet if any videos have dropped for the end of day yesterday. Usually it takes a little bit, so we probably will not be able to get through yesterday today. But just know where it's cutting out a lot of breaks and the pauses. So.
This session is court now reconvened. You may be seated.
We are continuing with the prosecution's case in chief, and Mr. Jones, do you have additional evidence?
I do.
You call your next witness.
Can I wait for Ms. Keck to get back with my additional evidence?
You
It's
may.
downstairs in the basement, so.
Oh, yes, you may.
Ooh, basement evidence. This is the
Your Honor,
good
I was
stuff.
supposed to grab it this morning,
And you let the lady do it.
and Ms. Keck told me to, and I failed to listen.
Bailiff's trying not to laugh. It's like straight face, straight face. Yeah.
All married women understand that, Mr. Jones.
This is funny.
That's why your ex-wife is.
That's why my ex-wife is back there.
Didn't want to point that out.
It's okay, Judge, we were all thinking it.
Can I move my face on the judge's face? I could, but it's sort of weird. Let's see, who else can? I'd be right here. That just seems weird. Liven, thank you very much for gifting a membership. Appreciate that. They're running down to the basement to get some evidence. Must be really good. Must be really good stuff. This man actually listens. And he's divorced, apparently. Maybe he learned how to listen, and that's why he's divorced, because he didn't learn how to listen, so now he knows. Did admit to it. That gets him some street cred there. Yeah, they're leaving the banter in. They're just cutting out the breaks, which is good. It's awkward. Ex-wife is here. Type thing. We need a little more levity in this trial a bit. We're waiting on the. They've run down to the basement to get some evidence. Looks like they're back in the courtroom now.
Told them it was my fault.
Guess YouTube chat is drunk today. I don't know why. It's breaking for some people.
All right, you may call your next witness.
People would call Emily Pizzella.
I'll have you know I have, let's see. I've got 8 times 4. So by my math, that's 32 buttons. Oh my goodness, you guys. Now I know how you guys feel.
If you'll step to the front of the courtroom, please.
Little water ASMR there. I have 32 buttons
And
and
raise your right hand to be sworn by the clerk.
76 pages. So 32 times 76 is how many buttons I have on one machine.
Here and have a seat right here.
211 on another. I have all the buttons.
And scoot up to the table and bend the microphone in front of you, and you may
Wow, she looks like
inquire.
somebody I know. Holy cow.
Can you tell me your name, please?
Emily Pizzella.
That's not it.
Ms. Pizzella, what do you do for a living?
I am a crime scene technician with the Quincy Police Department.
What's a crime scene technician?
I process crime scenes.
What's that mean?
I collect evidence. I
What's
take
a crime scene
photographs. I look for things throughout the crime scene and I document them.
Look for fingerprints.
Yes.
Swab for DNA.
Yes.
Photographs of the crime scene.
Yes.
Collection of evidence.
Yes.
Did I say photographs?
Yes.
How long have you been doing that?
14 and a half years.
Did you receive any special training for that?
Yes.
Can you describe that for me?
I have a bachelor's science degree in crime scene investigation along with numerous years of training.
Were you called to a crime scene at 2528 Kentucky Road here in Quincy on February 23rd, 2023?
Yes.
When you arrived at the crime scene, did you take multiple photographs?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked People's Exhibit 17 through 68. And I'm going to ask you to look through all those and tell me when you've had a chance to review those. I know there's a lot of them.
So we get a little break here as she's looking through all the papers. My son just brought me what they call Uno. It's like a steak and cheese roll. It's like a pizza roll. It's fresh from the microwave, so it's piping hot. But I'm going to try to eat that without burning myself. So I'm going to give it just a moment. It's like a slice of a Hot Pocket. Imagine if you cut the ends off a Hot Pocket. It's similar to that, but the breading is thicker and more chewy. The older I get, the less I remember who I've met. The second cow still survives. This is Moopok to replace Cash Cow, and we're treating him carefully. It's a sandwich pocket. It doesn't look healthy, but it tastes pretty good. It's like a Swiss and...
You had a chance to look at
Here we
all
go.
those?
Back to court.
Are those all photographs that you took of the crime scene at 2528 Kentucky Road on February 23rd, 2023?
There are a few that were taken by somebody else, but the majority of them, yes, I took them.
All the photographs that you observed there, even if you didn't take them yourself, do they accurately show what you observed at the crime scene in each of those photos?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that People's Exhibits 17 through 68 be admitted into evidence. Actually, I think some of them already have been, but the ones that haven't been, we'd ask that those be admitted into evidence and then leave to publish those with this witness in a presentation.
Just so you know, some of these pictures are crime scene.
You've had an opportunity to see those pre-trial, correct?
I have, Your Honor.
And do you have any objection to any of those exhibits?
No.
All right. 17 through 68 will all be admitted.
As I've pre-watched this video, I believe the ones that are show intimate parts of the body or gore, I believe are blurred out. That's my understanding. So we're going to watch all of them and just see them blurred out, if that's okay with everybody.
If you go to the first slide. Ms. Pizzella, what are we looking at here?
This is a diagram of the second floor of the residence at 2528 Kentucky Road.
Does it appear to be, I understand it's not to scale, but other than that, does it appear to be accurate based on your memory and your time in the upstairs of that residence?
Yes.
Were you also in the downstairs of that residence?
Yes.
And did you take some photographs of the downstairs as well?
Yes.
Mr. Jones? Okay, that is exhibit number 17. I don't think you actually identified that, so.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we look on this exhibit, we see several cameras all throughout. If we click on those go to different slides. Is that right?
Yes.
Ms. Keck, if you could pull up that camera, please. And for the record, we now have People's Exhibit 18 on the screen. Ms. Pizzella, can you tell us what we are looking at in People's Exhibit 18?
Yes, that is the the front of the residence facing south, if you're looking at it, but it's the front of the residence at 2528 Kentucky Road.
Again, just so if we're trying to orient ourselves based on that picture, if we're looking at the house from this position, we're actually facing south.
Yes.
And the front of the house is facing north.
Yes.
And it's on, the front of the house is facing Kentucky Road.
Yes.
And I believe the next one is return to diagram. And if we could click on the back camera, please. And what are we looking at here, ma'am?
That is the back side of the residence. I would be facing a northern direction as I took that photograph, but that would be facing a southern direction.
And Your Honor, for the record, that would be People's Exhibit number 19 that is currently on the screen. Ms. Pizzella, in looking at this photograph, do you notice anything broken in this photograph?
Yes.
And can you tell us what we see that's broken?
The second story window.
If I put a laser pointer on this area right there, is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Can you go to the next slide, please, Ms. Gray? For the record, it's People's Exhibit 20. And again, Ms. Pizzella, what are we looking at here?
That would be the west side of the residence, kind of a patio area.
And specifically, was there something unusual in this patio area that you noticed?
Yes.
And what is that?
There was a chair appeared to be removed from the table area and placed against the side of the house.
And if I put the laser pointer in this area, is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
We see a patio set of furniture with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chairs around it here.
Yes.
And a 6th chair pulled into this corner against this wall.
Yes.
Next slide. People's Exhibit 21. Ms. Pizzella, is this a close-up of that same view?
Yes.
And again, the chair was in this location next to the wall.
Yes.
And is that how you observed it when you arrived on the scene?
Yes.
Leave the next slide. And Ms. Keck, if we could then go to that camera. This is People's Exhibit 22. Ms. Pizzella, what are we looking at?
That is the window that was damaged on the second floor.
So again, if we're orienting ourselves from this picture, if we're facing the house this way, we're actually facing north, and that window would be a south-facing window.
Yes.
Next slide. Ms. Pizzella, again, People's Exhibit 23. What are we looking at here?
That is the damaged window on the second floor.
And Ms. Pizzella, do you notice broken glass in that window?
Yes, I do.
And a broken frame there?
Yes. Yes.
And a broken frame on the left side of the window as well.
Yes.
People's Exhibit 24. Again, a close-up of that window
Yes.
showing damaged frame, broken glass, and shattered frame there as well.
Yes.
Next slide, please. People's Exhibit 25. If we could go back to 24 for just a second. Again, if we orient ourselves on this picture, if we're standing on that roof and we're facing that direction, we would actually be facing east, correct?
Yes.
So that's the front part of that window facing east.
Yeah, I'm facing east, yes.
Yeah,
As I take that photograph, I'm facing east.
correct. Thank you. And People's Exhibit 25, that would be facing west, the inside portion of that window.
Yes.
And again, we see damage to the frame here and along the frame there as well.
Yes.
And there was some damage to the outside part of this frame as well, correct?
Yes.
People's Exhibit 26, please. Oh, sorry, back to, we could go to the east bedroom camera. People's Exhibit 26, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, that's inside that bedroom, and it is where the window is that is damaged is contained, showing some impressions on the carpet along with the damaged window.
Specifically, when we say impression on the carpet, are we talking about this partial shoe print here on the carpet?
Yes.
And again, People's Exhibit 27, are we looking now at the inside of that window that we just viewed on the outside?
Yes.
Again, to orient ourselves, if we're facing that window, we would be facing south.
Yes.
You see damage to the frame here and here, as well as that it's been pulled away from the hinges.
Yes.
People's 28, please. Again, are we looking at the upper portion of that window, again facing south?
Yes.
We see damage to the top and the top portion of this frame as well.
Yes.
People's 29. Is this the partial shoe print that you previously talked about in the prior exhibit?
Yes.
Go forward. I then want to go to the main upstairs hallway. Again, to orient ourselves in this picture is in that hallway that we just saw, facing west.
Yes.
And what do you notice in this picture?
The metal piece laying there on the floor that appeared to be from a door.
We could go forward one, please. And what do we see here?
That is a piece of plastic.
It's a pink piece of plastic. It appears to have an S. Is
Yes.
that correct? And that was found on the carpet there as well, correct?
Yes.
And that is, again, for the record, People's Exhibit 36. Can you go forward one, please? I believe we're on this camera. Again, to orient ourselves here, we're now facing south into a bedroom, is that right?
Yes.
And can you tell us when you took this photograph, or when this photograph was taken, what you noticed in the crime scene?
I noticed that there were multiple shell casings lying on the floor, along with some wood that appeared to be from the door frame.
We can go, and before we talk, no, okay. And we'll go ahead and go forward. This is a close-up of that door,
Yes, it is.
and do you notice anything about the door,
Yes, it had some damage to it.
specifically in the area where the laser pointer is?
Yes.
You go forward on this, Keck, please. Is this a close-up of that damage and what appears to be damage right to the upper left of it as well?
Yes.
People 40. Again, a view of that door with the 2 points of damage that we previously talked about and a scale to show relative size.
Yes.
If we could go forward to People's 41. People's 41, again, can you help us orientate ourselves in the house? Where are we looking at now?
I am facing south, looking at that same door that we previously saw. This is just in the hallway right before you would enter into the door.
So the door that we just saw that had the damage to it is this door that's in the upper middle part of the screen.
Yes.
And what do we see in the middle of the screen?
There is a shell casing laying there.
Equals 42. Again, just help us orientate ourselves. Are we now in that hallway facing east?
Yes.
And in the middle of the screen, what do we see?
That's the same shell casing from the previous photo.
And the door that we previously talked about that had the damage to it is right on the middle right part of the screen. Is that right?
Yes.
Next picture, please. People's 43. Again, can you help orientate us? Where are we at? What are we looking at?
I am facing south again, same door, the southwest bedroom there. This is showing a little bit more of the damage done to that door off to it would be on the west side, or if I'm looking at it, the right side.
On the floor, are there some things that you notice?
Yes, there's shell casings and it appeared to be broken wood.
And on the left side of the picture by the door in the area of the laser pointer, do you notice something there as well?
Yes, it was a piece of metal that appeared to be from the door frame.
People's 44, please. Is this a close-up view looking down a little bit closer?
Yes, it is.
And again, can you describe what we're looking at here?
Yes, this would be the floor just inside that bedroom containing the shell casings, the piece of wood, and also the metal from what appeared to be from the door frame.
And if you could help me count, is that a shell casing?
Yes.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 shell casings in this area.
Yes.
And then there was a shell casing that we just saw in the hallway. That'd be 8 shell casings, right?
Yes.
And again, just a closer view of that piece of metal under the door and a better view of some of the damage to the door.
Yes.
People's 45, please. Again, if you could help us orientate where we are we now basically in the threshold of that door facing west?
Yes.
And can you tell us what we're looking at specifically with relationship to the door frame?
This is the damage that I noticed on the door frame, and also additional pieces of wood on the floor that you just couldn't see in those other photographs because of the angle I was standing in. But it shows also the shell casings.
People's 46, please. Again, a close-up view of the damage to that door.
Yes.
People's 47. Oh, back to the, yeah. Before we start looking at the bedroom and the bathroom area, I would like to talk about some photographs that were taken downstairs, okay?
Yes.
Ms. Keck, if you could click on the downstairs. People's Exhibit 30. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, it is a purse.
And that was where you found it?
Yes.
Hanging on the wall?
Yes.
Did it appear to have been disturbed?
No.
Can you go to the next photograph, please? People's 31. What are we looking at here?
This is one of the couches in the residence that had what appeared to be a laptop and a book bag containing things.
again, if you help us to orientate ourselves, this door here, that's the front door to the residence, the door that was left open at 1:12 a.m. Is that right?
Yes, this room would be off to the west side of, or as you walk in that front door to the right.
Ms. Keck, if you could go back to the slide 17, the photograph of the house. This door is what we saw there.
Yes,
And so the living room that we saw with the sofa was this, in this general area.
yes.
I apologize, Ms. Keck, if we can go back to where we just were.
We are coming up on the crime scene pictures, just heads up.
And go forward one slide, please. People's 32, we see a book bag and a laptop here,
Yes,
as well as what appears to be nursing theory and nursing practices.
yes.
Next slide, please. And is this a view of that book bag?
Yes, this is after items were removed from it.
And it appears that there are some credit cards and a checkbook right here as well, correct?
Yes,
Next slide, please. Again, a close-up of that laptop that was found on the sofa and a checkbook that was right next to it.
yes.
Next slide. I think we're back to it again. I now want to move into the master bedroom. And let's start with this camera, Ms. Keck. Again, help us to orientate ourselves from that previous diagram. In this photograph, if we're looking in this direction, what direction is the camera pointed?
It's pointed in like a northeastern, but mostly northern direction.
And the door that we previously seen with the damage on it is this door right here.
Yes, it is.
And the metal piece that we saw underneath the door would be right there.
Yes.
In the middle of the picture, again, can you briefly tell me what you saw or what the purpose of this picture was?
It was to show the damage, or the pieces of wood lying on the floor along with the 7 shell casings and the metal piece that was from the door frame.
And also the 8 shell casing that was up here along the wall.
Yes.
And also, did you notice, or do you notice a piece of plastic here in the middle right of the photograph?
Yes.
Forward one slide, please. People's 48. Can you tell me what you see here?
That would be that same door that we have been talking about. Then also it has a cell phone line behind it.
Forward one slide. And if we could go to this. Again, if you could help us orientate ourselves in this photograph. In this photograph, the camera would be facing east into the bathroom off of that main bedroom.
Yes.
Were there windows on the south side of the residence that face into this bedroom?
Yes.
Ms. Keck, if you could go back to the diagram for me, please. If you could pull up that photograph. In looking at this photograph, again, just to orientate ourselves to the crime scene, these windows were going into that main bedroom.
Yeah, that would be the master bedroom there.
Where we just were.
Yes.
Where the broken door was, the shell casings to the phone.
Yes.
These windows, do you remember where these windows went to?
The one towards the east, they're two separate. The one on the east goes into that same bedroom that has the other broken window, and I believe that other one belongs to a bathroom.
Was there any damage to these windows that go directly into the master bedroom?
No.
Any damage to this window that goes to a bathroom?
No.
Any damage to this window that goes to a bedroom?
No.
Only damage was on this particular window, correct?
Yes.
We can go back to the master bedroom. Right there. And if we could go forward one slide to equals 15. Again, if you could help us.
These pictures are blurred
orientate ourselves
intentionally.
On the diagram, are we now looking in to that bathroom and facing to the east?
Yes.
Let's talk about the floor. When you observe the floor, did you see anything on the floor?
Yes, I did.
Tell me what you saw.
Multiple pieces of what appeared to be plastic.
Tell me what you also observe in this photograph.
There is also what appeared to be a bullet hole underneath the sink.
In that area?
Yes.
And in the middle of the photograph, does it appear to be a pair of legs?
Yes.
Do you know who those legs belong to? Who that is?
Yes, I do.
And who is it?
Becky Bliefnick.
If you could go forward one slide. I'm sorry. We could go to the bathroom camera now. Again, if you could help us to orientate ourselves, are we now basically facing north?
Yes.
And we see, again, pieces of the plastic bag that you referred to us about.
Yes.
If you could go forward one slide.
Right now we have the crime scene tech that
Again,
took the
pieces
photos.
of the plastic
testifying.
bag and the victim's body facing from her feet to her head. Is that right?
Yes.
In that photograph, do you notice that you're able to see the victim's underwear?
Yes.
And can you tell me why you can see the victim's underwear?
Because the pants that the victim was wearing did not have a crotch area.
Did they appear to be designed not to have a crotch area?
Yes.
Did they appear to be designed to make it easier for someone to use the restroom after they'd had surgery?
Yes.
There were no tears?
No.
On her underwear, was there any tears?
No.
You go forward one slide. Again, in this photograph, do you see little pieces of plastic all over the victim's body?
Yes, I do.
And again, you see no tears on her pants or no tears on her underwear. Is that right?
That is correct.
You go forward one slide. In People's 54, is this a head-down, top-down view of the victim's upper torso?
Yes.
And again, you see pieces of a plastic bag all around and on her body.
Yes.
Do you also notice some wounds on her arm and torso?
Yes.
People's 55. Close-up view of the victim's torso.
Yes.
There's a fair amount of blood in these
Does that appear to be a
pictures.
bullet hole
Yes.
and pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Outside of the bullet holes on her upper torso, the clothing on her upper torso, was there any damage to any of her clothing?
No.
Any tears?
No.
Any rips?
No.
Were they disheveled in any way?
No.
Next slide, please.
Yeah, but
Close
YouTube's
up
terms
of
of service
the victim's right arm.
prevent some of this.
Is that correct?
Yes.
People's 56 is what we have up right now. And again, do we notice multiple small pieces of a plastic bag around her body
Yes.
and a wound here to her right arm?
Yes.
People's 57. Victim's left arm.
Yes.
What do you notice about her left arm?
She appears to have a bullet hole to her hand.
People's 58. This is a close-up view of her left hand,
Yes.
showing a bullet entrance and exit wound.
I can't tell if they're entrance or
Showing
exit.
2 wounds.
Yes.
People's 59. Are we looking at now the back of Ms. Bliefnick?
Yes.
What do you notice?
She has multiple holes to her back.
She was found on her back.
Yes, she was.
Also, do you notice some white padding on her side there?
Yes.
People 60. Is this the face of Becky Bliefnick as you observed it on February 23rd, 2023?
Yes, it is.
People 61. Can you tell us what we see in, let's talk about this first. Let's orientate ourselves. Was this bathtub directly to the left of the victim's body? In other words, directly to the west of her body?
Yes, it was.
And what was the purpose of this photograph? What were you documenting?
The projectile that was lying in the tub.
Is this what we're talking about?
Yes.
And again, at the bottom of that, you see pieces of a plastic bag.
Yes.
People 62.
The plastic bag was a
Actually,
silencer,
go back,
homemade
people
silencer,
61 for me.
to catch the shells and
And
supposedly
in the tub,
act as a
right next to
silencer.
that bullet, there's a piece of a plastic bag as well, isn't there?
Yes.
People 62. At this point, Becky's body's been taken from that area, is that right?
Yes.
And again, more pieces of a plastic bag.
Yes.
And in that area where I'm pointing at, what are we looking at there?
That is another projectile.
People 63. Is this the bath mat that was directly under the victim?
There were two, and this is the one that was on the very bottom.
Thank you. This was on the very, very bottom.
The very, very bottom, yes.
On top of that.
Yes.
People's, and you notice a red substance on that.
Yes.
People 64. Is this the backside of that bottom bath mat?
Yes, that would be the other side.
And what do you notice about that?
It contained holes and what appeared to be fragments of a projectile.
And again, Becky Bliefnick was found laying on top of that bath mat
Yes.
that had holes on the top and bottom of it.
Yes.
And Becky Bliefnick had holes, bullet holes on the front and back of her body.
Yes.
People 65. Again, close up of that, do we see in this area a brass shiny object?
Yes.
Is that a projectile?
It's a fragment of one.
Brass?
Yes.
People 64. 66. I'm sorry, 66. Again, is that the same bath mat?
Yes.
And is this a separate, different hole that we're looking at here?
Yes.
And inside that hole of that bath mat, was there something?
Yes.
What was that?
That's a projectile.
A bullet?
Yes.
People 67, please. Is this the floor that was underneath the bath mat that was underneath Becky's body?
Yes.
What did you notice about the floor? What's the purpose of this photograph?
It contained a projectile along with some fragments.
And was there damage to the floor as well?
Yes, there was.
When we talk about the projectile and fragments, are you talking about this and then these other areas?
Yes.
And the damage to the floor is seen here.
Yes.
People 68. Again, a different view of that prior photograph.
Yes.
This was the area that was directly under Becky Bliefnick's body?
Yes.
What do we see here?
Projectile,
And in this area?
where it's been damage to the floor.
And here?
Same, damage to the floor.
And here, damage to the floor?
Yes.
And here, a piece of a projectile?
Yes.
Piece of a projectile?
Yes.
Piece of a bullet? Piece of a bullet? And piece of a bullet?
Yes.
I think we're done with the photograph.
You've got mail.
Ms. Gazelle, I now want to move on to talk about some of those items in those photographs that we talked about and what was done with you as the crime scene investigator, crime scene technician. Okay?
Yes.
Let's talk first about the chair that was outside that we saw on the outside of the residence. In fact, I'm sorry, this kid, I apologize. We're going to put the photographs back up again. It's going to be easier that way, I think. And it would be that camera. And 2 slides forward, please. 1 more. On the screen, we have People's Exhibit 21. We talked about this chair, right?
Yes.
Can you tell me, as a crime scene investigator, what you did with regard to that chair?
I swabbed areas of that chair for possible DNA.
Can you tell me, when you say swabbed areas of that chair for DNA, tell the jury what that process entails. What does it mean? What do you do?
I took 2 sterile swabs, and I had sterile water. I put sterile water on one of the swabs, and I swabbed the top portion of that chair where somebody would appear to grab it to move it. And then I used the dry swab and swabbed the same area and collected that for possible touch DNA.
Did you check it for fingerprints?
I did not.
Now, is that a decision you make on your own, or is that a decision that you make in consultation with detectives on the scene?
It was a decision amongst all of us.
Can you tell us why you determined, along with the other detectives, that we weren't going to check that chair for fingerprints?
The area that I swabbed would be the area I would want to check for fingerprints also. That could disturb that. And plus, it was outside in the elements.
And if you swab for DNA, does that affect fingerprints?
It can, yes.
So you have to make a call. You can't do everything. You have to make a call based on your training and experience about what is the best option that you have to find the best possible evidence.
Yes.
And that's what you chose to do, and again, in consultation with the detective.
Yes.
Those swabs were sent to the Illinois State Police Crime Lab for analysis, is that right?
Yes, they were.
If we could go back to the diagram. If we could go to that case. And go forward a slide. People's Exhibit 23 is on the screen now, and we're looking at the window that appears to be damaged and broken, right?
Yes.
Was that window seized, taken into evidence?
Yes, it was.
Tell me how that happened. Tell me how that was done.
It was removed.
The window and then the door, the window frame as well, correct?
Yes.
And once that window and window frame were removed, they were taken where?
Back to the station.
And at that point, they were sent to?
The crime lab.
And the crime lab was asked to do an analysis for tool marks on that window, is that right?
That is correct.
Was it the crime lab also asked to run other tests on that window?
Yes.
They were asked to run fingerprints?
Yes, they were.
Were they asked to do anything else?
No.
Fingerprints and tool marks?
Yes.
Again, that was not swabbed for DNA?
No.
Again, was that done in consultation with detectives because we have to make choices about what we can do?
Yes.
Back to the diagram. If we could go to that photograph. And forward one, please.
I guess leading has a different term here in Illinois.
One more. In People's Exhibit 41, was that that's a shell casing that you took into evidence, is that right?
Yes.
And then the other 7 shell casings that we previously saw, you collected those as well, correct?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as People's 90 through 97. And 190 through 197. And I'm going to ask you to take a look at those and tell me what they are.
Seven more pictures coming up. Or maybe shell casings.
Those are the 8 shell casings I collected from the scene.
Specifically the one that we see in Exhibit 41, and if we can go forward one slide. And the 7 shell casings we see in People's 44, is that right?
Yes.
Those shell casings were sent to the Illinois State Police as well for testing, is that right?
Yes.
They were sent for multiple types of testing, is that fair to say?
Yes.
1 shell casing was sent to the crime lab for a specific type of testing, the shell casing that was found in the hallway, right? The one outside the bedroom?
Yes.
That was tested for, I believe, DNA, is that right?
That is correct.
The other 7 shell casings that were found in the bedroom, those were tested for fingerprints?
No.
No. Well,
So 7 of the 8 shell casings were tested for DNA, and 1 shell casing was tested for fingerprinting.
thank you. I apologize. I had that wrong in my head. Thank you. So 1 was tested for fingerprinting, the one in the hallway. No?
The one in the hallway was DNA. The one from, I believe it was marker that I labeled D, was the one sent for fingerprinting, while the other ones were all sent for DNA.
Why can't all the shell casings be tested for both DNA and fingerprints?
Due to the small amount of surface there to get DNA, like I previously described, you have to swab areas. It's not going, if you do both testing, it's not going to leave a lot of surface to collect a possible DNA along with getting successful identifiable fingerprints.
And if you check the fingerprints first, then that ruins the DNA?
Yes.
So you have to make the call?
Yes.
And did you make that call in consultation with people from the state's attorney's office and the detectives?
And actually the lab personnel also.
And the lab person as well?
Yes.
If we could go back to the diagram for me, and this picture, the picture of the door. The door handle here, was anything done forensically with that door handle?
Yes.
Can you describe that for me? What did you do?
I also swabbed that door handle for possible DNA.
And again, those swabs, did you swab it once? Did you swab it twice?
I used a wet and a dry swab, so I swabbed it twice.
And those swabs were sent to the crime lab for DNA analysis?
Yes, they were.
Was not tested for fingerprints?
No.
Again, because you have to make a choice. If you swab for DNA, you can't then do fingerprints. If you do fingerprints first, you can't then do DNA.
Correct.
I'm not going to go to the pictures, but the pictures of the plastic pieces around Becky Bliefnick's body.
Yes.
Those items were collected, correct?
I collected some off of the floor, and I also collected some off of the sink.
And I believe those are items 240, exhibits 241 and 242.
This is the Tim Bliefnick trial, murder trial. He's accused of killing his wife, who he was in the process of getting divorced from. I got it, Adam. It's prosecution, but I got it. Put it back up.
If I could approach witness room. May. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 241 and 242. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me what they are?
One bag is the piece of the material, the plastic material I collected from the bathroom floor, and the other bag contains the pieces of the plastic material that I collected from the sink or the vanity within the bathroom that she was located.
And those were sent to the crime lab for testing as well.
Yes, they were.
They were asked to be tested for DNA,
Yes.
and they were asked to be compared to other plastic bags that we'll talk about later. Is that right?
Yes.
They were not tested for fingerprints.
No.
Again, can you explain that to me?
They were such a small surface. They were, as you could tell in the photographs, they were small pieces of plastic. And swabbing with DNA, you're swabbing that entire piece of plastic, or to try to obtain DNA, you're swabbing that entire piece of plastic to try to yield a profile.
The projectiles, the bullets that we saw.
Mr. Jones, I'm just going to stop you. We need to stand up and stretch, okay? Everybody, take a minute, stand up and stretch.
It's time to exercise. Everybody, spread out that yoga mat. Bring out your water bottles. Yeah, let's feel it. Here we go. I think we had a juror that was falling asleep. I want to go like full screen on this, but I don't want to miss anything. Yeah, what did we not? We did arms last time. Is it legs day today? Are we going to do legs? Let's get those, roll those ankles a little bit. Just lift them up off the ground. Get those feet moving. Just roll them around. Get all that motion if you can.
All right, please be seated.
Judge, that wasn't enough time. We were just getting set. I had like a whole routine I was going to do.
Proceed, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm not going to go back to the photographs, but the projectiles, the bullets that we saw in the bathtub on the floor, the pieces underneath the mat that was under Becky's body, those were recovered by you as well. Is that right?
Yes.
I apologize, Ms. Schmuck. I'm going to hand her 198.
Okay.
I can approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I will hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 198 through 204. Are those the projectiles, the pieces, the bullets that you recovered from the scene?
Yes, they are.
Those were sent to the lab as well,
Yes.
and they were asked to be tested for comparison, firearms testing.
Yes.
And I don't know if I asked about the shell casings. I know we talked about DNA and fingerprints on the shell casings. The shell casings were also asked to be tested forensically by the firearms department for firearms testing. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
There was an autopsy performed on the victim, Becky Bliefnick,
Yes, there was.
and in the course of that autopsy were more projectiles recovered,
Yes.
and they were taken into evidence as well.
Yes.
Can I hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 205, 206, and 207?
Okay.
And are those the projectiles, the bullets, that were taken out of Becky's body during the autopsy?
From the markings on the bag, yes, I did not log those in, so.
I understand that, but that's what.
Yes, but that's what it appears, that's what it says, so yes.
Those were sent to the crime lab as well for forensic analysis, specifically in the area of firearms testing.
Yes, they were.
Becky Bliefnick was not tested for gunshot powder residue, is that right? Gunshot residue testing?
Her hands were bagged at the scene, and I was not at the autopsy, but I do believe there's a possibility that that GSR kit was collected. I'd have to refer to my
That gunshot residue kit was never tested?
No.
Can you tell me why it was never tested?
There's no evidentiary value to testing a gunshot residue kit that was collected off of the victim. She was shot multiple times.
You've been a crime scene technician for 14 and a half years.
Yes, I have.
You've had training and experience in the area of gunshot residue testing and collection.
Yes.
You know, I was reading the other day, can you just wash off gunshot powder residue?
Yes, you can.
With what?
Soap and water.
Doesn't take much, does it?
No.
Have just a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
It's the first time I've heard somebody say, "Can I have just a moment?" in this trial. I heard it a lot previously.
Also, in your training and experience, is there a, not time limit, but in the area of gunshot powder residue testing, is there a, not time limit, but a time period where it becomes less and less likely that that testing would bear any fruit?
Yes.
And can you explain that for me?
It's, from my training experience, 6 hours from the time that a shooting or a gun has been shot is the ideal time to collect possible GSR.
And after 6 hours, becomes less and less likely that any test would result in any type of finding.
Yes, that is correct.
I think that's all I have, Your Honor.
Ms. Schnock, Cross?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Pizzella, I have some questions for you, so.
I apologize. I had one last question.
Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Did you also collect a buccal swab from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And that's People's Exhibit 220?
This is all one question. He'll get this admitted here before he's done.
I could approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Judge, what is that?
It's 220.
Okay.
It's the buccal swab.
Okay.
And is that the buccal swab that you collected from the defendant?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, we'd ask that all those exhibits that she's identified and have been marked and referred to be admitted into evidence.
Ms. Schnock, I have 190 through 197, the shell casings. Any objection to those?
No.
Those will be admitted. I have People's Exhibits 241 and 242, which contain pieces of plastic. Do you have any objection to those?
No.
They will be admitted. I have People's Exhibits 198 through 204, which is pieces of the projectile which were collected from the scene. Any objection to those?
Okay.
No.
They will be admitted. I have People's Exhibits,
No, Your Honor.
okay. People's Exhibits
Your Honor, just no.
205, 206, and 207, which are projectiles from the body during the autopsy. Any, excuse me, any objections
There's
to
going to be no
those?
objection there.
No.
Those will be admitted. And then we have 220, which is the buccal swab from the defendant. Any objection?
No.
That will be admitted. And then Mr. Jones, did the court mention all of the exhibits?
Can I ask Ms. Keck?
Yes, you may.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, Ms. Schnock, you may cross-examine.
All right, let's try this again, Ms. Pizzella. Would you have started processing the crime scene on February 23rd of 2023?
I did process the crime scene.
Okay, and what time did you start processing the crime scene?
I arrived at approximately 18 hours, and it was shortly thereafter I started photographing.
Okay, and how long after you arrived did you spend taking photographs and collecting evidence that day?
I'm not exactly sure what time I left the scene the next day.
Okay, was it several hours
Yes.
that evening? Okay.
Yes.
And did you ever return back to the Kentucky Road house to collect evidence or process the crime scene?
After that day?
After that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and after that day, if you recall, what dates did you return back to the Kentucky Road house to collect evidence?
I'm not exactly sure the date, but I went back and I helped assist with collecting an additional part of the window.
Is
Okay.
Kentucky Roadhouse
And
like
do you know
Texas
how
Roadhouse?
long that would have taken when you went back?
It wasn't that long.
Okay, that's fair. I want to talk about the Kentucky Roadhouse first, okay, ma'am? Starting with the window.
Yes.
You said that you observed the window to be damaged, I think on the outside, correct, of the window frame?
Yes.
Okay, and that window was removed and sent to the crime lab for tool mark testing, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to us that aren't well-versed in your area what that kind of testing would entail?
I'm not an expert when it comes to tool mark testing, but if you use a tool to open or pry open something, it can leave marks.
Okay, and so is the theory behind that if you can match the tool with the marks, then maybe you have the tool that opened the window?
Yes.
Okay. And during your involvement in this case, did you also collect several items from Tim's house at 1641 Hampshire?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember the date that you would have done that?
March 1st.
Okay. And what time did you arrive at 1641 Hampshire to start the process of collecting evidence?
I'm not exactly sure of the time, but it was in the morning.
Okay. And do you know how long you spent at his house collecting evidence?
It was a few hours.
Okay. And did you not only collect evidence from inside his house, but also outside of his house?
That is correct.
And did you also search a detached garage?
Yes.
And did you also search through his trash?
His trash at in the can outside of his house. Yes.
Okay. And there were certain items that were taken from Tim's house that day, correct?
Yes, there were.
And some of those items were also collected and sent out for further testing, correct?
Yes, there were.
Was one of those items a crowbar?
Yes.
And where did you find that crowbar?
It was in the basement.
Okay, of Tim's house.
Of Tim's house, yes.
And that crowbar was sent to the crime lab for testing, correct?
Yes, it was.
And what kind of testing was requested on that crowbar?
It was DNA testing along with tool mark analysis.
Okay. And was there also a multi-tool that was found during the search of either Tim's home or his car?
There was, but I had I did not search Tim's vehicle.
Okay, that's fair. Were there any other tools other than that one crowbar that you collected from Tim's house that day?
Yes.
How many other tools did you collect?
There were a few.
Okay, and were any of those, and what kind of tools were they, if you remember?
There were additional crowbars.
Okay, and were any of those crowbars sent to the crime lab for testing?
No, they were not.
Okay, and can you tell us why their decisions were made to send one crowbar for testing but not others?
The ones that we located in the detached garage appeared to have not been disturbed for a very long period of time. The one that we did end up sending that was in the basement was on a shelf by itself and just was kind of out of the ordinary.
And that was based off, and prior to being in Tim's house that day, had you ever had the occasion to be there and see where that crowbar was normally kept?
I had never been in that house before.
Okay, so as far as what is usual or unusual for anything to be kept in that house, you don't know?
I do not.
Okay, and as far as anything being kept out of place or in unusual manner in his garage, you do not know that either, correct?
No.
Okay. Moving on. when you were processing the Kentucky Road scene, you found a partial foot impression on the carpet, correct?
Footwear impression.
Okay. Was there also what appeared to be a partial impression on the bedside table below the window?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And pictures of that partial footprint on the bedside table were taken, correct?
Yes.
And were any of those photographs sent to the crime lab along with the partial foot impression on the floor?
No.
During your search of Kentucky Road, did you take any of Tim's shoes?
Of Kentucky Road?
I'm sorry, Hampshire Street.
Yes.
How many pairs of shoes did you take from Hampshire Street?
There were multiple.
Several?
Yes.
And how many pairs of those shoes were sent to the crime lab for testing?
1 pair.
And what was the purpose of requesting foot impressions on that piece of carpet? That was a bad question.
Yeah.
So the foot impression that you found, you collected several pairs of shoes from
Yes.
Tim's house, correct?
Yes.
And then from the Kentucky Road house,
yes,
you also collected a partial footprint off the floor, correct?
Yes.
And that impression was actually cut out, the carpet was actually cut out and sent to the crime lab?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And then 1 pair of the several that were collected were sent for comparison, correct?
Yes.
And what is the point of testing for foot impressions like that?
Would be to see if any of those shoes had made the impression on the carpet.
Okay. And were there any other shoes collected from any other individuals for comparison testing?
No.
Were there any photographs of any other shoes sent to the crime lab for comparison testing?
No.
Okay. During your search of Tim's house on Hampshire Street, was a gun safe found?
There were 2.
There were 2. And did you collect any firearms from those gun safes for testing?
Yes.
And what did you collect?
It was a handgun from the 1 gun safe.
Okay, and was that sent to the crime lab for ballistics testing?
Yes, it was.
Were there any other guns that you collected and sent to the crime lab for testing?
No.
Was there anything viable that you found in his trash that you sent off to the crime lab for testing?
I believe there was some that I didn't collect, though, that might have been sent off.
Okay, that's fair.
I'd have to check my notes on that.
No, that's not necessary, ma'am. Did you also have the occasion to search a different private residence at 928 North 230th Avenue for any guns or ballistics?
I don't know what residence you're referring to, sorry.
Becky's parents' house.
Oh, yes.
And when did you search their house?
I did not search inside of their house.
Outside of the house?
Yes.
And what did you do and look for outside of the house?
I collected multiple shell casings that were turned over to us.
Okay, and where were those shell casings located?
They were in containers.
Okay, were there also shell casings that were removed from a tree stump?
Not casings, those would have been projectiles.
Projectiles, and how many projectiles were found in that tree stump?
Multiple.
Okay. And were any of those sent for testing?
I believe it was the projectiles that were sent.
Okay. In all, how many hours do you have invested collecting evidence and sending it off for testing?
In my whole career?
No, in this case. Tens of hours, hundreds of hours?
No, not hundreds of hours.
Tens of hours?
I couldn't put a number to it, to be honest.
Several days?
Yes, I've worked on this case for several days, yes.
Did you collect and swab anything from Tim's vehicle?
I was not a part of anything with Tim's vehicle.
Did you collect anything as far as a sexual assault kit is concerned?
That would have been done at autopsy, and I was not there.
But you did not?
No, I did not.
Would you agree that there have been hundreds of items taken into evidence in this case?
Yes.
And not all of those have been sent off for analysis, correct?
No.
Okay. No other questions, Judge?
Redirect.
Couple questions, Ms. Pizzella. The other shoes that weren't sent,
Yes.
can you tell me why they weren't sent?
They didn't appear to be similar to the footwear impression on the carpet.
And when you were in Becky Bliefnick's house, did you ever see a gun safe?
No.
Did you ever see any, in the upstairs, any ammunition?
No.
Any gun cleaning kit?
No.
Holster?
No.
You see any Aldi bags upstairs?
No.
That's all the questions I have.
You may step down. If you could hand those exhibits to the bailiff.
Camera gets a little drunk here. There's the judge. Not sure we were looking quite that high. And I think that almost wraps us up for the day.
All right, Mr. Jones, is Ms. Pizzella released from your subpoena?
She's released from ours, I believe. Casey, is she under?
She can be released, Your Honor.
Be released? Okay, you may go.
He calls her
Free to go.
Casey.
All right, and then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are all the witnesses we have lined up for this morning. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We will be back again ready at 1 o'clock. So if you could be back in the jury room about 10 till 1, and we will we'll start the evidence right at 1 if we can.
All right.
There we go. So we're in recess there. Let me tell you, Coco Mojo, you had a question, and I want to answer this a little bit. You said, I missed something, I guess. What's up with the dad? Victim's father-in-law? Yes, the dad was mentioned in a restraining order, as there was a restraining order put out where he could not be around the children. This is tied up in the family divorce suit. This was an issue, and we've heard about this from several different people. But all we know is that in the divorce, the wife had lined up a couple people who were going to testify about the dad, not the husband, but the husband's dad. And there were some texts we saw that basically if you out him, then he'll have to move and he'd kill himself or something like that. So there's something out there. The wife, the victim, did not want her kids around the dad. But we don't know exactly what the situation was there. You can probably try to guess, and we wouldn't probably be too far off. But something was up. Something was up that wasn't good, and her radar went off and said this is a bad situation. Anyway, it was going to come out in divorce court. It was going to come out, and instead she was murdered. And it never came out in court. So we've had a little testimony come out. A lot of people have talked about it. We've heard around this, but I'm not sure if we are ever going to hear exactly what that is in this. We'll have to just wait and see. Here's where we are. We have heard up through yesterday afternoon. So court is still going on right now as we speak. Let me just make a quick check to make sure they don't have additional videos up quite yet. Let's see. Videos. Day 2, I need the latest. Yeah, so we've had day 4 of the morning. We're still waiting for day 4 of the afternoon, which has not been released yet. So that was yesterday afternoon. It has not been released. It's just the way the judge has ordered things and the way the channels that are providing the video are releasing it. So it's a little bit of a pain in the butt. It is coming out just slowly. So we anticipate that we will have the video for probably day 4, and probably the rest of this will probably drop over the weekend, honestly. A lot of these news stations will work over the weekend, and so we'll probably get caught up with video and have enough to go through, because realize we've got Monday off. right? We have it's the end of the day. We've got a long weekend, so we've got Monday off for the Memorial holiday here in the United States, so no court's going to happen then. So we're gonna be caught up on Tuesday. We're gonna be able to catch up and probably play through a day and a half or so of video is my hope as we get caught up here, and we'll be just right behind where they currently are. Do we have any questions we need to answer other than that? Muddy River has the afternoon video from yesterday, says Adam. Thank you. I'll switch back. I was over to KHQA. Let me take a quick look at Muddy River and see what they've done with theirs. They're pretty good. I just have to. They layer everything on there. Okay, so let's see. That was from. Okay, we do have one more. It's I still think we might want to. Let's see. 202. How do we catch up with court over the weekend? Will you be here? No, they're going to just realize the videos we're getting are condensed. All the breaks are cut out. The lunch breaks are cut out. So we're watching all the way through and skipping lunch break. So we've watched a full day's worth of court already, and we're halfway through the day. That's how we're catching up. Brandy's here. Hey, welcome, Brandy. I heard your stream's going really well today. I think you've got about 15 minutes. Last time I checked, it looks like about 13. I've got you up on my cheat sheet so I can jump over there and say hi. I did pop into chat just to rile some people up. We were guessing wrong answers only what you were eating for lunch, and I did not see the right one. But all the answers I got back from your chat made me hungry again, even though I've already eaten. But that's it. I don't think we're coming back this afternoon. Here's why. It's a long weekend. We deserve a break. You deserve a break. It's going to be a fantastic weekend to get some things done. And I have some things to do on the outside. My kids have been outside using jackhammers. My wife's been putting Tyvek on the house. I probably should get off my butt and get off YouTube a little bit and get some things done. That's why we're probably not going to do anything else. A Hot Pocket. Okay, so Brandy, funny thing. I had an Uno. It's a Sam's Club item, like a microwave thing. It's like a Hot Pocket, only the sides are cut off. It's like a steak and cheese on the inside. So we almost we're like twins for lunch. But that's good. I can, for those that would like, I'd love to just pass you over to Brandy's channel if you're interested in doing that. Let me set this up because I think I can do that pretty easily. There we go. 1, 2, 3, and it's done. Okay. So when we finish here, we can go right over to Brandy's channel and catch the rest of the football trial, which I've heard is a little bit spicy. We had some spicy stuff this morning. We got into the whole romantic rendezvous of the defendant, which we've already covered the victim's rendezvous. So apparently both of them were getting busy on the side as the divorce was moving forward. But that's both been brought in. Didn't get into too much detail, thankfully. But it's been good. We do have a podcast today. Oh, we have a podcast today. You cannot forget the podcast. That's tonight at 8 o'clock. And that technically will kick off the weekend officially. We'll have the podcast. So we will be here on this channel live. I'm going to put up the somebody's calling. It's Amber. Hold on one second. Amber, what's happening?
What's going on, y'all?
I know you've had a rough day, but how are you doing? Are you ready for a weekend?
It's been rough. I have no idea if I'm ready for the weekend or not. But since I'm now done with the immense amount of phone calls, and I'm sure there are some other people in the chat that need, hi everybody, I see lots of hey Ambers. I thought maybe I could ask you for the super skinny of like a synopsis of everything, because I'm not going to have time to go back
of today. Yeah.
With everything going on.
Yeah, we can do that. Basically, we had a lot of like rapid fire witnesses today where we had people from either the defendant or the victim's work, and all of them basically testified the same thing, that they knew the victim and that the victim told them at one point or another, in one way or another, either a text message or at the store when they bumped into each other after several years, that basically marriage was not going well. If anything goes bad, if I go missing, look at my husband. That was basically all their testimony, and it was just rapid fire, one after another. A couple nurses. We did hear a little bit about the computer came in from the defendant, his work computer. We heard from the cameraman who installed the cameras. United Services. Everyone shows up wearing their work shirt. The big logo. It's up high, so it sits above the witness bar, so they can be like, "Hey, call us for business." So I think they get bonuses for that. But
pause real quick. So the victim's statement beyond the grave, like from Mark Jensen, the letter that his wife wrote,
and over objection. This
that
was
was
handled
actually
pre-trial.
admissible.
Over and over, and it's over the objection. The defense keeps saying, nothing further than the previous objection. The judge is like, okay, over objection, we're going to admit this. So we have verbal statements that were given to other people. We have text messages that were given to other people saying the same thing, and it's just from every different angle. They're all saying this. And I'm like, I don't know how this can't be the same situation as Mark Jensen, because I'll have to go back. We know there's some pretrial video out there of some of these motions. I'm going to see if I can see exactly what the ruling was there during that pretrial and what the objection was. It's probably going to be very similar, but it sounds like they might have like an appeal, like almost in the works on this. So.
Well, and the judge just unsealed literally everything, but it's going to cost a hefty chunk of change to get everything if that's what's wanted. I know Docket put something out there and that they've released everything. So I'm going to see what I can find, since now things have been unsealed, see if I can get my hands on stuff. And if I do, I'll definitely share it.
Don't spend a fortune. A lot of the witnesses have mentioned the defendant's dad, and why there was a restraining order and what the concern was there. So a lot of people are curious exactly what that is, because we've been dancing around that subject and not really addressed it directly. But that may come to light here. So anyway,
has any of the past stuff come up as far as what their lives were like previously? Because
no, the dishonorable discharges and things like that. There's some stuff back there. I don't think it's going to come into this case. Honestly, I don't think it's going to play in.
Okay.
So I haven't gone into it. I think both of them may have left the military early in some way.
Yeah, neither one of them are saints.
Yeah, but that's something separate.
Granted,
so
nobody
we've been leaving that out, but we're just
so nothing has come in about anything like that.
Nope. We do know that all we know now is that both of them, while they were still, while they're working on getting divorced, had moved on relationship wise. So that's all we've really covered as far as that goes. So, and boy, did we cover it. So.
Yeah, I caught some of that yesterday before everything hit the fan for me.
Yep.
Well, right. Well, that's the skinny. Fantastic.
Yep. That's about it. Other than that,
any kind of bombshells other than the stuff coming in about what she had said to other people about looking at her husband?
No, I think both of them were trying to hide money from each other. Honestly, this is a family court type thing. A lot of the evidence we've heard is what would come up in a divorce court, and it's ugly, and it's never a good situation. Very, very seldom do you walk into a divorce and be like, hey, this is nice type thing. It's rough, and it's rough on both sides. And so you've got all that stuff sort of coming in when it's like, does this really play in, or is it just some backstory that's just clouding the water a little bit? Hopefully we're moving on more to evidence. We've had the evidence technician come in, so we have basically all the crime scene photos came in, or a lot of them, pretty much showed that that a lot of bullets were fired. 14 rounds were fired into her, and that several of them were fired when she was laying down on the ground in the bathroom, which is the overkill type thing. They've recovered a lot of physical evidence that way. Just broken doors. They've pretty much painted the picture of how the defendant was getting in. The evidence we're going to hear in the next video segment, which we're going to pick up on Tuesday morning, is going to describe how he would have used that chair and shimmied up onto the roof. And it it's something I couldn't do. I'll put it that way. You'll have to need someone from CrossFit, which he was in, to be able to do this. I mean, some of the maneuvers they're upper skill level as far as that goes. Think beginning gymnastics or something with a crowbar. I'm tucked in the pants or something. I don't know how that goes, but so we'll have a little bit of that crowbar and a firearm. He's got pockets full. Climbing up on the roof that way, but we'll go over that. It's gonna be awesome. But Brandy, I think, is about to start her live stream. I'm gonna send people over there. Oh, she's up already. She's got like 5 minutes before that, and we'll pop over and raid her channel. If you guys want some continued court coverage, as they're just about to finish lunch in the Travis Rudolph case. Amber, have yourself a weekend. All right, take a long weekend. You know, if you want, pop in for the podcast tonight. Just say hi, and
I'm gonna try
and get some rest. All right.
I will ask. I will ask if y'all are the. I know most are in the chat, but some aren't, and that's okay. Just positive vibes. If you pray, just say a prayer. I have a friend of mine that just lost her oldest son, unexpectedly. So, and I quite literally just found that out, which is what I've been dealing with. So if y'all are the praying type, positive vibe type thoughts, anything you got, they could really use it. And unfortunately, I'm afraid some foul play was involved.
Oh man, that's hard.
So,
oh my goodness. Yeah. Hugs to you and to them. Virtual hugs.
It's been rough.
Do take any breaks you need. Obviously, you don't need to be here modding or digging up paperwork unless that's a release for you. So,
yeah.
Take some you time, Amber. And that goes to everybody. Seriously, if life is hard and heavy, and this does not make it better for you, take some you time. Take some time to yourself, and let us know. Reach out to a friend. Reach out to one of us. We'd love to be there to support you. So, all right, Amber, I'm going to let you go.
All right, Neil.
I'm going to wrap up. Thank you. Have a great day.
Absolutely. You too.
All right. Bye. Okay, so we are going to be done here, and we're going to send everybody over to Brandy to raid her channel a little bit as they're just about coming back from lunch. So that'll be good. You guys have been amazing. This is a wonderful place. I appreciate all those who gifted memberships today, all those who have subscribed, those who just hang out and chatted and just had some fun here today. I needed that. It was wonderful. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make the day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again, which will be 8 o'clock tonight on this channel for the podcast. The Not Relevant podcast with Thomas and Scott. Both of us will be up here live talking all sorts of fun stuff. We've got some great stories to cover tonight. Hope you can make it. Please ring the bell, subscribe, and then when you see that notification, just go ahead and pop in chat and enjoy an hour or so of the best weekend kickoff show you'll ever see. So, thank you very much, guys. Have a good night. Don't go. I'm going to send you all to Brandy's channel. We'll see you guys.